This is Rishi Sharma. I'm with Remember WWII. We are a non-profit organization dedicated to interviewing World War II veterans. It is such an honor to meet you, sir, and I thank you for this opportunity. Could you please go ahead and introduce yourself? Just say hello and your full name.
Do what now?
If you could go ahead and introduce yourself. So just say hello and my name is.
Oh, hello, my name is Billy Kirby.
And sir, could you tell us where and when were you born?
Okay. I was born in Osage, Texas, in May the 31st, 1921. Osage was a very small farming community. We've had two little grocery stores, had one store we called a drugstore. I don't know why, there weren't any drugs back then. But the post office was located in it. And there was a service station that sold gasoline, repaired cars. But most important, there was a big cotton gin. That was where all the farmers bought their cotton every day in the summer to be ginned. And we kids enjoyed a creek. It ran around close to within 100 yards, what we call the downtown Osage, where the stores were located. In addition to our community, we had a schoolhouse and a church. That was about it. My father, we had in Texas, we call a small ranch, probably 800 to 1,000 acres. We also had some agricultural range. We farmed land. So I grew up in a rural community. Most of my traveling then was by horse. The school was only about, a third of a mile from where we lived, but we walked to school all the time. And about that, the kids, what they enjoyed most of all was, I guess, playing at the creek. There was a swimming hole there at the creek. It was a small creek. The whole creek was very shallow, except this one swimming hole. It was a big bluff. We call it big bluff, probably 20 feet, but me as a kid, that was big. And we called the creek the Little Bluff. This little church, and back in then, if someone had a baptismal, there was nothing in the church. It was a Baptist church, so it merged people. But they would go down to this Little Bluff hole to do the baptism. I started school at Osage in 1927. It was a big red building, and it had 4 classrooms on the first floor. Second room was a big auditorium. And I was in the first grade. We had 4 teachers there, I remember. But the teacher taught first and second grade in the same room. She'd divide half the room first grade, half of second grade. She would teach the first grade for an hour, then teach the second grade for an hour. And while she teach another grade, she'd have some assignment for this class, which sat there. Some people ask, how did you keep quiet? How did she teach us? Back then, you didn't make noise at the school. You obeyed the teacher. If you didn't obey the teacher, and your parents found it out, the price was worse than anything the school could do to you. But we were taught to obey the teachers, and we did. At school, we had a basketball team. I remember it was a dirt court, outside court. I played softball when I was in grade school, and we'd go to little towns and community schools 15 miles or so from us and play ball. But back then, 15 miles was a long distance because we either walked or traveled by horse. Although we had a car, as I remember, it was called an Overland, I think, but it was an open car. There was no windows in it, but if it was going to rain, there was a shield you could tack. They could, I don't know how you put it on, but it would stay there. It could, kind of like a button up at the top. It would cover the shield. And I remember there was no windshield wiper. You had a windshield thing, but you had to turn a knob on it up the top to get the windshield, the blade to work. And I thought probably the greatest invention ever made when he came out with running a tube some way down to the motor, and it was making the windshield wipers work automatically. It was amazing. But we had something unique in our community. For some people don't believe me when I talk about it. We had, every summer, we'd have movies. There'd be a movie would come out and put up a big tent, and it had chairs all over it. And there'd always be 3 reels. Always a Western. Of course, it wasn't a talkie Western. It was solid. But when they'd have one reel, into the reel, they'd have to change reels. These are just some of the memories that I remember. And I remember while he was changing the reels, the movie people would sell a box of popcorn of some kind of, I don't know what, but it candy or something. And they'd tell us to save the tops at the end of the week when the movie was there. They'd give a diamond ring to the one that had the most tops. So the older boys were all just fought to get the most diamond rings to give to their girlfriends. But life was pleasant back then. We didn't have conveniences that anything have now. We had no water, we had no electricity. I never, all through my school day, through high school, ever had electricity. Just our light was my kerosene lamp. Had a big wood stove and a kitchen. And I remember in the kitchen, we had a big round table. And that was where the kids, we did our homework too, on that big round table. But our house was located about, we didn't live on the ranch because we lived closer to the Osage community, so we could go to school there. And the ranch was wasn't far away. It was about less than 10 miles, 5, 6 miles away. But we went back and forth from our house to the ranch on horses or wagon. But we had no indoor plumbing, nothing like that. We never had, but once a week, as I remember, they used to bring ice to this little community, and you could go down and buy some ice. And we always had some Saturday night if when they brought the ice there. That was in summer months. We have homemade ice cream, and Sunday we'd have iced tea. Otherwise, we never had ice for anything. But someone asked me one time, how do you keep things cool? We had a big back screen porch. And outside this porch was a big well. It was obvious what had been dug because it was big. But there was a cover to the well, and there was a big pump there at the well. We wanted water, we'd go out to it was very near the porch, it wasn't far from the porch of the well. We'd pump water, whatever water we needed. And I remember you used to have to prime, they call it priming the pump. You had to pour some water up in it, and I forgot exactly where you poured it. It'd get and then pump it, that water, that got the water, I don't know how it worked, but that was kind of our house. It was one built like nowadays. It was a nice, pleasant house. No air conditioning, nothing like that. We had open windows. You could raise windows in the summertime and get a nice breeze in the country. But the only other, besides the schools, the most activity was at the church. The church was a center of activity. And we had a big tabernacle there at the church. Church was created sometime in 1800. It still exists. People still live there, still exists, that little church. But in summer, they'd raise aside the tabernacle and have church service out there where the wind could blow so you keep it cool. And sometime in the 20s, I don't remember exactly what year, they bought a engine would run on gas, would make electricity. We called that, it was a Delco engine, we called it. And that's why they'd run one light to the church, and that enough electricity to keep it there. But there's no other electricity in this community where we live. Some of the farmers created these little windmills. Be a small thing, it would turn fast, and it would make electricity to a battery. Now, I guess it's kind of the beginning of the big things we have now that produce electricity we put up. But life was simple. I remember we kids played ball, but it was a safe place. We'd leave the house in the morning, the only instruction my mother had given, be home time for supper. we'd be gone all day playing at the creek. And we loved to play at cotton at the gin on these bales of cotton. So to people now, it probably sounds terrible that life, but it was a pleasant life. The economy back in the 20s was very good. Farm communities were very good. But of course, the Depression hit, changed the world. The beginning of the Depression, I remember in 1929, drought. We had a lot of water on that ranch, big, pretty good sized lake, had wells, there was a creek. Every drop of water on that ranch dried up. And we didn't have a drop. My dad had to sell all the cattle. And of course, they were bringing nothing in, but that's how we got out of the cattle business back then. That was back, people will remember the Dust Bowl I talked about. That's the same droughts and everything called. That, the economy in the South end was basically agriculture. Every little town, we lived, the county seat of our county was about 2,000 population. And the people lived, the business people depended on the agriculture, on the farmers. They bought all their supplies and everything in that little town. And of course, when the drought hit and the farmers was bad, of course they couldn't buy, then that depression just got worse, just spread. And it was all through the 30s. Didn't really break good till World War II came, I think. Before the depression broke good. It had a lot of, actually, the happiest days of my childhood were back in the 20s, when everything was good. We didn't have to worry about the economy with no shortage of anything. But if you haven't lived through it, it's hard to describe the 30s. We, fortunately, had a farm, and because when no longer the cattle had the cattle on the ranch, and wasn't able to rebuild back, of course. My dad bought a farm, and so we became farmers and ranchers. And farm life was pleasant. You grew up on a farm all life. I didn't enjoy picking cotton. I didn't enjoy the work, but wasn't bad. But we never short of food. We had a big garden, and we killed hogs and had meat year round. I remember had a big old smokehouse, we call it, where they would smoke the meat. But take these hams and salt them, but a half inch, a third of inch is special salt all over them, and hang them in the smokehouse, and that preserved them. And vegetables, had a big garden. My mother would can everything. We didn't eat all the stuff, but not cans. They used mason fruit jars, and they made. I remember my grandmother, before they had came out with these special sealers on these guards, on these lids, where it would seal a rubber band around the top of the lid. My grandmother had put paraffin on her things that she made and canned to preserve it, and they would preserve it. But when they canned, I remember my mother would can a bunch of fruit jars, 4 or 5, maybe a dozen of them, and when they sealed, they would pop. And I remember her talking about, well, they've always popped but one. If it doesn't seal, we're going to throw it away. So he did preserve it to keep it in seal. We heated a house, that farmhouse, with a fireplace, had wood floors. Everything in the house was wood, no sheetrock. That had been invented. And a big old cook stove that would heat the house, help heat the house, but bedrooms weren't heated. And they were cold. But my mother would heat a brick in a fireplace, and one for each kid, and wrap it up something and put it in the bed, help warm the bed up to put our feet to keep our feet warm. Now, I learned in the Army, if you keep your feet warm, you stay warm all over. But if your feet ever get cold, you never feel warm good. Those are the memories I have about my early childhood. They were pleasant memories. I felt we didn't have money on the farm because you couldn't sell things. If you did, you couldn't get enough money to pay for what it was produced. But city people suffered. There was really people just starving in the cities. There was no federal programs then like they have now to help the poor. But the big cities would set up soup lines where they would save soup to people who come through the line. And it was people just traveled a lot because I always looking for someplace. They used to talk about these travelers, hobos. They were younger people, and ride these freight trains that would not get caught. If they ever got caught, they'd really, sometimes a guard on these trains, they'd catch them and beat them up pretty good. It was sad. It was sad life back then for some people. We didn't have money, but we had food and we were comfortable, everything, and we didn't suffer. But so many people did. So sad, so sad. I had friends that lived in the city that said many days their food was very, very skimpy. But
I really appreciate you sharing these stories, Mr. Kirby. You're a natural storyteller, and you're really able to paint the picture. So thank you.
Is that enough background?
That's a wonderful background. It gives people an idea of who you are and what your upbringing was like.
Yeah.
Could you please tell me, when you were growing up, what was your dream? Before the war broke out, what were you planning on doing with your life?
uh, I hadn't, I hadn't had any real plans. Only thing, well, I did. I started, I guess, but when I was in high school, we had a little high school. You know, it's not on now, is it?
No, Mr. Kirby, don't worry about that. We're just having a conversation.
When I was in high school, we had a little newspaper, and I was worked on that newspaper, and we had the county had counties a weekly paper, and once a year the editor of the paper went about this the press club from high school put out paper, come print their weekly paper. I enjoyed that, and one thing about a weekly paper, everybody in the community read it. And you don't have to meet deadline like local press did. So I guess time I got out of high school, not really knowing what I want to do, I thought I might get in journalism, but not in big newspapers. The pressure to them is just too great. But I was just a farm kid. Who knows what I was going to do? But I graduated from high school in 1938, and the first thing I did was leave the farm. I was tired of the cotton patch. My cousin and I...
Just hang on 1 second, sir. The curtain has come loose.
What came? I graduated from Gatesville High School in 1938. I was 17 years old, and I wanted to get out of the farm. So the biggest city near us was Waco, Texas. It's about 30 miles away. And I was lucky enough to get a job. I've got exactly working in an ice cream stand. Some said being a soda jerk. That's basically what I did. But my cousin and I both wanted to go to college, but we couldn't afford it. But Baylor University, which is located in Waco, they were kind enough, if people wanted to go to school, the president said, we'll have a job for you on campus to pay for your tuition. So we enrolled with no money, which was a stupid thing to do. But we worked there on the campus, kind of janitorial work, paid for tuition. We washed dishes to pay for meals. And I didn't have enough money to buy books. So it's pretty difficult to pass courses in trigonometry thing without books. It was a struggle. So we decided we're not going to do this anymore. One semester was enough. And then the draft was starting. And we knew we'd be drafted. But then they announced the paper that the Texas National Guard was going to mobilize November 25th, 1940, be stationed at Brownwood, Texas, which is about 50 miles from our hometown. So we decided to join the National Guard and serve our year. Nobody thought anything about war, not we young people. We just thought we was going to be a year to be out. Time we got out after a year, maybe circumstances would be better, we could go back to college. So we went down, John, I remember my uncle who was in the 36th Division in World War I, said, "Whatever you boys do, don't join a rifle company." Well, we went down there, and the line at night to join, and it was this, and Waco had K Company, M Company, and Headquarters Company. So we were waiting until the office opened up so we could enlist. And we were going to join that Headquarters Company. Then this guy came by and started talking to us. He said, "Don't join that, you wouldn't like it. He said, join the K Company, that's the best company." I said, "Yeah, but that's a rifle company, they walk all the time." "No, they don't walk anymore, they ride." So he gave us a big pitch, we believed him. Come to find out, we thought he was just another soldier. He was the first sergeant of the company. He was trying to get his company filled up before they went to base. So that's how I entered the Army. I joined the National Guard to mobilize with them. And I did on November 25th, 1940. The first month, 2 months, the camp is just built, was not finished, so we practiced and marched and everything down the streets of Waco for a couple of months, and then moved to Brentwood, Texas, to that camp. Camps then were mostly tents. It was a wood floor with the boards up to the side, made a top to it. They put a tent down over that. That was our living quarters. That was good. That's all I was ever in, the tents. And they were pleasant, ever comfortable. But we expected to be discharged in November 41. That year was up. But in September 40, they extended our enlistment for 6 more months. And of course, the war broke out then, and then we ran for the duration. We spent first year in training at Brentwood, Texas. And I remember I was home on a weekend pass when I heard on the radio Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. First question we asked, where was Pearl Harbor? Was it out in California somewhere? We had no idea where never heard of it. And then later we learned it was in Hawaii. The country then was just, they knew that our battleships were destroyed. And that was what, and you depended on your battleships. Although they had an aircraft carrier, that was something new. Nobody has ever thought these airplanes were going to mount anything. And nobody ever gave them much credit being able to help us. But people were scared, especially in the West Coast, expected the Japanese to land there almost any time. And it was one very pleasant time. From there, and that was the war came out in December 7th, 41. In February 42, our division was moved to Camp Blanding, Florida. That was up in the northern part of the state. Moved out in September. We still had wood stoves. Had tents, but whereas in Texas we had gas stoves to keep the tents warm. They had a wood stove in Florida, and not wood, but coal. Frankly, I don't think anybody from Texas ever seen coal before. We had no idea how to start a fire with coal. I'll never forget that. We had a first replacement at the division to bring it up to full strength. And some of the boys from Pennsylvania, and they knew how to make a coal fire. So we were glad to have them because they got our stove working. We went from Camp Landing, we was there from coal to the next summer, that summer, same 42. But in early 41, before we left Texas to go to Landing, there was the big maneuvers in Louisiana. It was several divisions involved in it. And General Patton then had his third division, tank division there. And I remember General Eisenhower was in our, he was, I don't remember exactly what his job was, but he was with our corps then. And the whole purpose of it was the maneuvers, that I understand it, was to see if an infantry division could stop a tank division. I don't remember too much about it. It's been a long time ago, but those Louisiana maneuvers were big back then. A lot of people, we know, most of the state of Louisiana.
And so during the maneuvers, one side was pretending to be the enemy.
Yes.
And so how did you guys, do you remember any of the scenarios? Were you given an objective, or what did you guys do?
I don't remember too much about it. I remember that we were supposed to stop the tanks built up or something up. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, this could be accurate, I'm not sure, but General, then I think it was a Colonel Eisenhower, helped devise a plan, something. I've been told that's what happened. He designed it. That we were able to stop Patton's tank division. And right after that, Eisenhower was brought into Washington and made a general. After Louisiana, of course, we went back to Brownwood after Louisiana. I guess I got ahead of myself. But we left Florida in the summer of 1942, went to North Carolina, and had big maneuvers in North Carolina and South Carolina, on the southern part of the state, mostly in South Carolina. From there, my division was transferred to Massachusetts, Cape Cod. Camp Edwards was near, but we went into camp. We pitched our tents out along the beach somewhere. The division lined up out in the camp. We still slept in the tents. And we were told, don't remember exact month, but summer, late, early fall, September or something, we were going to be going overseas. We were start packing, getting ready for overseas somewhere. We didn't know where, but we were going to leave. Already given a address for where we were going was an APO number, not the state thing. So we were ready to go, had everything ready, equipped, and all of a sudden we got a notice it's canceled. We couldn't understand why, but anyway, obviously where we, I guess, had a plan to go was for invasion into North Africa. Because then in November, they did make the invasion into North Africa.
You're incredible. Sorry for interrupting, but I had to switch the memory card.
Understand.
So you just said that they were going to invade North Africa, but you guys were ready to go, but then they canceled your orders.
Yeah. We never knew why it was canceled, but we were living out there in those tents, and then winter kept coming on, and it was getting cold. And I know what happened. They evacuated some barracks, and we moved into those barracks. That was the only time that I ever slept in the barracks in the Army, always in tents. But that was, I don't know exactly, we was there Christmas, I remember that. Then we were told we were going to be shipped out again and start getting ready to go. And we left, let's see, we loaded a train, I remember at Camp Edwards on April the 1st. We didn't know where we were going. We kept the blinds closed. We pulled into this coast somewhere where there were ships around. They told us we were in New York. So I said, wow, we could spend a day or two in New York. We walked off the train, but right onto the troop ship. It was a troop ship. Horrible place. The troop ship had died, but the sleeping quarters, it was down below deck. I think before high, you got on that top thing where you had to climb up there to the fourth thing to sleep. And it was a small cruise ship that they were converted into a cruise ship for the war. So we got on a ship and thought, well, maybe it's just as leave us here, we'd get off the next day and get into New York City. And somebody said later that afternoon, said, I think this ship's moving. Well, on deck, sure enough, we were leaving the port where we were. We set sail that day we didn't know where. But it was a big convoy. Of course, that was back then. The Germans were sinking a lot of ships. And they would have, around the troop ships would be these, like, I didn't know too much, destroyers, I guess. They just make circles around trying to protect the troop ships. We made it safely. Landed in Oran, Algiers, in North Africa.
We landed at Oran, Algiers, North Africa, April 13th, 1943. We spent about 5 months in North Africa training, different types of things. And I remember we were transferred on these small French trains from there to Morocco. And we spent part of the 5 months we were in North Africa, we spent in Morocco. We were stationed in between Rabat and Casablanca in a forest they called a cork forest. The bark of the tree was a cork that you see in bottles and everything. That's where it came from. We were there in North Africa for 5 months, and I remember how thinking the way the Arabs lived in was thinking back in biblical time. They lived in tents and traveled. And the funny thing, of course, the war had just, this is something I just forgot I should mention. We landed in North Africa. The war was about over, but we actually didn't get into any combat in North Africa, not the whole division. I think one part of some battalion did. But the war was over as far as I could go, just bopping up. But when we got off the ship, there was all these German POWs lined up. And they were loading the ship. And I remember those Germans said some soldiers, "Boys, our war is over. We're going to the States." He got on his troop ship to go back to the States. We spent, as I said, 5 months training, but even though we were short distance from Casablanca, we never got into Casablanca. We went into Rabat. We were only about 4 or 5 miles out of Rabat. Then they still had the Sultan, who was ahead of everything in Morocco. I remember the Sultan's compound was there in Rabat. We, in September, I guess, we moved us back to Oran. And we loaded on that ship, and we didn't know where we were going, but we just soon we were going to go to battle somewhere. The war in Sicily was going on. We thought we were probably going into Sicily. But on that troop ship, Mark Clark was the commander of the 5th Army. We were part of the 5th Army, our division. And 45th Division was also part of that army, and the 3rd Division, I don't remember who else. But he said that the Italians had secretly planned to surrender the next day after we were supposed to land, same day we were supposed to land. He didn't tell us where we were going to land, but they were going to surrender, and there would be wouldn't have to shell or beach or anything, because we just get off the boat and walk onto the shore and walk up to, our objective was to go to this mountain right straight in front of us where we landed. And we thought, well, it's going to be easy. We got off at troop ship the morning, or about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning on the 9th of September of 1943. And landed, got into these, they were called Higgin boats. They were what you used to land in. Well, I got on his boat, we went out, and we'd go around and just, I remember I got seasick going around in circles, because they were waiting till everybody in the battalion was off. Then all of them would go into the beach together, all of the boats. And so, but we thought we were just going to walk on it. And all we got out, get closer to the beach, shells started falling, so we knew something was wrong. But the Germans, it's a stupid thing they wouldn't know, knew the Italians was going to surrender. So they had moved some Panzer Division, tank division, down to there to protect the mountains. It's where they were. There at Salerno, actually, we landed at a place, a community called Paestum. And it was kind of surrounded by mountains. We were supposed to take the mountain direct in front of us. And one battalion was supposed to go to the left and one to the right. But my battalion, 3rd Battalion, was supposed to go straight ahead. Well, we knew something was wrong, those shells landed. But we got near the beach. We had to get off, of course, in the water and get right up on the beach. But we see that beach was being shelled heavy. And we lost some men on the beach. But they kept telling us to get off the beach. Don't stay here. Get off the beach. I do remember one thing. My company was across this flat land to that mountain because we get away as far away from the beach. They told us to as possible because that seemed to be where they were shelling, jumping up in the mountains. But we got out that field up, and some tank came up attacking us. And we thought this is the end. We were trying to find little irrigation ditches to lay into something. But we had knocked out a tank or two with these bazookas. Infantrymen fired this thing at a shell. If you hit a tank in the right spot, you could pretty well knock it out. And I think that tank was, maybe they'd never seen those bazookas, infantrymen firing before, I guess, because that was new. But that tank finally turned around, and we don't know why, except we figured he was afraid that those infantrymen had a bazooka that was going to get him. That saved us. So that day, after we got off the beach, we didn't have any more fighting till we got up to the mountains and moved in our position on that mountain. And gosh, we thought, boy, this war, we just got thinking maybe the war's about over. We thought wasn't much to it. We were there for 2 or 3 days, and they told us one morning that we were going to go to this, take some little town on a mountain a few miles from us. Started marching to it. And it was a little town called Alto Villa. And at Little Hill, we took the town. I remember that, we captured. And I was then the sergeant in charge of the machine gun section of my company. And World War II rifle companies had one weapon platoon, one company, had machine gun section and a light mortar section. And I was told to take my machine guns, company commander, and set up, and it was I don't remember now, it was a road or something, it came up, set, and protect that ravine or road, whatever, I don't remember. And the ground was so hard, rocket, we couldn't dig in to protect the machine gun. We just had to set them up on the ground. But the town was already out. We already taken time. But any time you took a place from the Germans, they always had a counterattack. So we was expecting a counterattack. Some reason, I don't know why, we got a message from the machine gun section, come on back in. We didn't need to be out there. And just, well, it's quiet there in Altavilla because we owned the town and everything. And we were just, I've come to headquarters right on the edge of the mountain. It's where the street was, a street there in front of us. And it was a barn. And we were laying, and I laid down up in his couch off, and I think went to sleep. Well, up all of a sudden, machine gun fire everywhere. Wow, we didn't know what had happened. What had happened? The battalion on the left that was protecting our flank was captured, the whole battalion. And the Germans had come in, they were surrounding us. We were surrounded. And we got orders in from the battalion to pull out the best way he can and get back and forward, and we're trying to reorganize. So that's how we left. That machine gun fired. We hear the bullets hitting us around, but we went down that mountain, and I don't know how we got through that getting captured, but we did. It's getting close to night. It was night time we got down. And part of the company, though, got trapped up in Altavilla. And they didn't get out. But we went there, and we ran into some other people out of our company, and I think the first sergeant and maybe another officer, I think so, but our captain was captured there in Altavilla. He was coming down when we were, but he was, I think, he was late leaving, and he didn't get away. They got him. But we went back to this not much of a hill, but it was about halfway back. It wasn't far to the beach where we went back to. It was a high ground, though, and the rest of it all level back all the way up to the mountains. And our company commanders had us digging in, set up a defense. He wasn't a company commander then, he was a lieutenant. He was later made company commander. Set up our defense. And I remember he said, if you don't defend this thing here, you're going to have to get back on those Higgin boats. And so we didn't want to do that. But it was a pretty big battle there. But the tanks were, we didn't have any tanks. We had some half tracks. They had 75 with guns on them, and they were fighting the tanks. But we were just prepared to get run over and end up, going to be the end of us right then. But we survived.
From your position that day, that night, could you see any of the German infantry?
No, just tanks. We couldn't see the infantry. It was just tanks that were attacking. infantry. Don't know where the infantry were, but we didn't see any infantry that night.
And what about the casualties? Did you come across any casualties?
Oh, well, the casualty we had coming down, a lot of our people were captured coming off the Altavilla Mountain, coming back. A lot of our men were captured, and we left some severely wounded. Were left up there in the Altavilla because we couldn't take them out. And they were later captured by the Germans. But when 2 or 3 days later, I don't remember the time, when we finally, more troops came in and were able to move the Germans back. The Germans left out wounded. They first started taking them back, but then they just left at a certain place because they were just a liability for them. But the straight they made them all remove their uniforms. And the Germans kept their uniforms. But we were saved by those tank destroyers that fight those tanks. We never did fight an infantry. They didn't attack us after. It was just by tanks.
And what did those tank battles look like? You know?
Well, we said we were over pretty high ground, and we could look out the valley there where the tank battle was going on, and we didn't think our people were going to survive those against the tanks, but but they did, and they knocked out several tanks, and then they started withdrawing. But one thing that did it helped us, though, battleships came in close, and they were shelling the Germans, and they were a lot of casualties come from the fire from the battleships. And I think that's much anything the reason the Germans started withdrawing. But the Germans were smart. They were good off soldiers, very good. They always had if they lose this battle, they had a defensive line set up further back. And they'd just withdraw to that next place, and then if you won there, they'd go back to the next one, usually in the mountains. But they did not, they withdrew from the city of Naples. They didn't fight for Naples. And it was but when we went through Naples, we just went through in trucks. But I will never forget, we'd gone through Naples. There was a boy there in our company, and we were in open trucks. And Italian buildings it had balconies, and the people would be sitting out on the balcony, welcome us. And this kid started yelling and jumping up, yelling. And we said, what's the matter? He said, that's my grandparents up on that balcony. He was an Italian kid from New Jersey. Well, that night, we bivouacked just outside of Naples the company commander. I don't know how they arranged it for him to come back into Naples to see his grandparents that night. But Salerno battle, we lost troops at Altavilla, my company, but there's no other place. I'll never forget, there was one good friend of mine. He was a country boy in Texas. He'd never paid attention about baseball, didn't know, lived on a farm out in the country. But the German took his uniform, and when they captured him, he was pretty well shot up, got him back in the hospital. Well, he kept telling them he was an American, but they didn't believe him. Nobody believed him, so they was going to test him. One guy said, I know. Started asking him this question about the World Series, see what he says. Asked him about the World Series, he didn't know what they were talking about. But finally they got convinced he was an American. But our big battle was after the beach. After we got off the beach, the big battle, the Salerno landing, was at Altavilla. That was our big battle. And we lost several men up there, but some of the regiments, battalions suffered more than we did, but then we didn't fight anymore till the division pulled back behind the other side of Naples and had to get replacements. So many men had lost the division, the whole thing, including our company. We lost them at the landing in Altavilla. And we stayed there, I don't remember exactly how long, but I remember at night we could high enough up we could see Naples, a beautiful town, lights, when the lights were on, but Germans still had airspace superiority. They still controlled ours. And they bombed the port, the Naples, heavy sunk one ship, U.S. ship. But the thing that bothered us was the flak, our shooting at these planes, all that stuff goes up and it's going to fall back down. And we were scared to death that flak falling on us because it was coming down and hitting around. I don't think we had anybody hurt on it, though, as I remember. But that was our last big battle, though. Then was, one thing I'd like to mention, wars were different. World War II, the war in North Africa was unlike any other war. It was a tank war on sand mostly. It was horrible. Italy was a mountain war. We fought in the mountains. Whereas in Europe, it was all more city fighting in the cities, like cities. Nothing like that. We had in Italy some small communities, little towns up in the mountains that we'd have to take, but never a big city in Italy. It's all mountain fighting. But maybe further north they might have, but
I really appreciate you sharing that, sir.
Well, We landed in Salerno. We weren't expecting to fight anything. We expected to walk on. But we were knew there was something wrong because the shells were hitting us. But when we hit the beach, shells were falling everywhere, and they were the one division, 142nd, was supposed to have been
Regiment.
142nd Regiment, was supposed to land in a different place. I think, I'm not sure about this, but a different place. And there was guys laying on that beach. We said, "Who are y'all? What company?" They were at 142nd Regiment. They were pinned down, but they were just said that beach is heavy. It was a small beach. It wasn't a long, big old beach. But we were told right quick we couldn't. I didn't act. We told, get off the beach. You're going to get killed if you stay on this beach. So we fired everything, but we just got off of it. Maybe it went 50, 100 yards inlet somewhere.
The German fire, where was it coming from? Were there pillboxes?
No, it was in the mountains. They were shelling from the mountains. There were Panzer divisions up there. Up in the mountains, and it had tanks on the ground. Was shelling too, but no infantryman. No, never saw an infantryman on the beach. It was all tanks. All tanks.
What were the American casualties like from this shell fire? Did you come across any?
Well, of course, it was a lot more than I saw because we didn't hesitate. We hit the beach and we kept going. And because they were said, get off the beach, get off the beach. We see that was death. If you stayed on that beach, you're going to be slaughtered. Well, they were shelling it. And so we didn't stay on the beach. But I don't remember how many guys I kind of were killed or just wounded, but some were that left we never saw again.
Thank you for explaining that. You mentioned the shell fire. Did the shell fire, was it only hitting the beach, or were they also trying to hit the Higgins boats in the water?
Both.
Were any of the boats hit? Do you know?
Yeah, like I said, when we were coming in, shells were firing around us. We knew that we weren't going to walk on that beach free like we thought. But we hit the beach. We first hit the ground, and then they yelled, "Get off! Move!" So we moved fast, getting off the beach. We could see people getting hit on the beach, and it was one guy had a bulldozer. He was trying to make room, I think, for tanks to land. He got killed too, I understand.
Say that again. What happened?
Huh?
Can you repeat that? What happened?
There was this bulldozer on the beach, and this guy was trying to, I assume what he was trying to do is make it a place where the tanks could come in, how they could get place for them. I don't know exactly what he was doing. He was 100 yards from us, but shells were around him, but he didn't, he just kept going. But I heard later he was killed. Finally, shell killed him. But we had no small arm fire on the beach, near us anyway. All the shell was heavy artillery. 90% of the casualties in our company came from artillery fire, except in the Battle of Repeater River, that was different.
Thank you so much for taking the time to explain that. That was perfect. My only other thing, and then we'll take the break, sir. That early battle, Salerno, Altavilla, did you have any opportunities to set up the machine guns?
No.
Because you guys were always on the move.
Yeah. We never had machine guns. Not till we got to Altavilla, like I explained at
Yeah.
Altavilla.
But even when you were in Altavilla, you didn't fire the machine gun.
We didn't fire the machine gun. We didn't see anybody.
Sure.
After we got up to Naples, we were bivouacked up on some hills above Naples for a while, getting replacements. And I remember the flak falling on us when the planes bombing the beach. After that, I don't remember exactly how long we got our replacements. Then the next assignment we had was going to relieve the 3rd Division up in the mountains. I remember we had a pretty rough battle on the way. It wasn't for a small iron fire, but we went through a lot of heavy artillery. What maybe I remember about this, the sergeant, which we all respected, a nice guy, got a direct hit with a piece of artillery. Left nothing but his legs. But it was getting to be winter time, and we had, while we were, it kept, it's Naples, over Naples something. For the first, we had our only bath all the time I was in combat. They have a truck, a bath truck, and they bathed us, went through the line with the bath, deloused everybody in case anybody had lice, because some of it did. No one in my company did. And got new uniforms. Then our next battle is San Pietro. But on our way, before we got to the mountains, even started San Pietro, we came under very heavy artillery fire and had several casualties. But the thing that I remember about, we had a pretty tough climb going the mountain up to where the 3rd Division was. They'd set up defense positions up there before the battle for San Pietro. And that's what we were going to do. When we passed, they had a kind of a command post, not just their company, up there behind some hills. Now, I'll never forget, they had several dead stacked up there, I guess, is ready to take down. And we had some new recruits with us. And that was rough on them. That was the first dead they'd seen. And I'll never forget that. I thought that was a heck of a way to bring new recruits in, but that's the only thing you could do. We got to the top of the mountain, and we're leaving the 3rd Division, setting up our defenses. Of course, the machine guns was used more for defense than it was for attacking. And we were, I don't know exactly how many days, we were under constant artillery fire. I remember this funny thing about combat, you remember the funny things that happen more than anything. You don't like to remember the bad things. We don't like to keep it in our mind, but you always slept 2 people to the foxhole. And this other sergeant and I would always dug that foxhole together. And they said the purpose of that was so one would always be awake, could guard, but I think more or less it was a psychological thing. Just didn't want you there by yourself during the heavy fighting, the artillery firing. And we were trying to dig in. We got up on top of the mountain, there's all rocks and everything. And we dug down about 3 or 4 inches. My friend said, I don't care what happens, I'm not digging another inch. So we got some rocks. What you worry about artillery fire really trying to get in ground. Artillery fire to hit is just shouting and go out in all directions. And that's what was killing people and hit injured. So if you could get low ground, if you didn't get a direct hit, you weren't going to be hurt by the artillery fire. So that's the reason we always dug below ground. But we couldn't dig below ground at that rock. Just couldn't do it. But we went to bed. He said, Sir said, I don't care what happened, I'm going to dig another inch. But heavy barrage of artillery started coming in. He said, Billy, let's dig a little bit more. And we did. We were in defensive position there for several days. I don't remember exactly how long, but sometime. And it was a problem of getting supplies. We sent down some people at dark because the Germans could observe us. They were at a higher place than we were, and they could see the routes going down to where the battalion headquarters was, where the aid station was, and all supplies. But they'd go down there at night and try to bring back ammunition and supplies. We were very short of water. That was just couldn't get enough water at all. And I remember had canteen cups about 4 inches deep. Something. We could get a half a cup of water every day, and that was all the water we could get. And I remember at night dreaming about turning on faucets and water coming out, which was short of water. And one night, we started raining, and we jumped up real quick and took the shelter half, helped it up to catch all the water we could. But and we had a hard time keeping ammunition for our machine guns. Ammunition would be in a box, and those boxes weighed about 40 pounds. And ammunition carriers would carry one in each hand and climbing over the mountains. Now, this isn't a rock mountain. We weren't in where like you see mountain climbers that go up. These were mountain climbs, but we could walk up them, but it was hard to walk straight up the mountain. Some of them get pretty straight. But we have a hard time getting ammunition up. And we could, in 15 minutes, we could run out of ammunition for our machine guns. That was our biggest problem. We ran out of ammunition at Rifleman did too one night when they had a counterattack. And I remember some of the infantrymen even picking up rocks and throwing rocks or something. But we still had enough, I guess, to hold them off. They didn't come through. But
could you please take a moment to describe the actual attacks that the Germans would make? From your position, Mr. Kirby, what would it look like as the Germans were trying to take your position? What would you see?
Germans, they never attacked us on foot in daytimes, always at night. Always at night. But you can depend on, though, they were going to come attack you at night. At night, we were going to get attacked. And I remember I had a sergeant friend, he was a rifleman, not a machine gunner, that seemed to have every detail. Scout had to go out. He had to go. So one night, company commander had the sergeants all together. They said, "Oh, you got to have some volunteers to lead this squad out tonight on patrol, find out what's out there and so forth." And my friend, they said, "We want this sergeant to take it because he used to take patrols out." I said, "Who'll go help him?" Why, I said, "I volunteer, I don't know." Machine gunner didn't have to go on patrol. I said, he was a good friend. And I said, "Well, so I said, I'll go with him." But fortunately, we didn't run into any Germans on that patrol. But we were lucky. But Altavella, we lost a lot of people. Most of the people we were losing then were due to artillery fire. I don't think Rapido River was the only one where we ever really lost heavy with small arm fire. But Altavella, we lost a lot of men to artillery fire.
You're saying Altavilla. Do you mean San Pietro?
I mean San Pietro. You can correct me. That's my.
That's okay. That's okay. It's
my San Pietro. I remember having one young man in my company, but platoon, had got, or they would shoot machine guns. The machine guns would just shoot it up there just to know, but we knew we weren't much afraid of that. Was artillery got it. But he had get hit that leg out with a bullet. And we told him, well, he needed to get back down to the aid station. He bled to death before they ever got him back. And I thought, well, how bad? But when we were dug in up there sometime, it got cold. We got strafed one time by German airplanes, strafed us. That was scary, see those planes coming in, but we didn't. I don't get anybody in our company got killed. Our big problem defending, we just ran out of ammunition. But we were fortunate, we saved it. Every time the Germans would counterattack, we won. We beat them off.
You mentioned that the Germans would attack at night.
At night.
From your, how would you even be able to see what you're firing at?
Well, you didn't see what you're firing at. Machine guns, you don't fire at people. You've got a machine gun. I set my machine guns up, one on each flank. And I would find a good field of fire that would fire, we could cover the ground. So if anybody was coming up that hill, we'd go and hit them. Because we couldn't see them, but that didn't matter. You didn't have, in the mountain fighting, you didn't see the people you were fighting, but you knew that they were there. It wasn't like in a city fight. Like I mentioned earlier, the war in Europe, for the troops is concerned, is entirely different from our mountain war. Our mountain war was far different from the city war. They didn't have to climb mountains. We'd find a set up our machine guns. We couldn't get to dig a hole, a spot deep enough to hide our guns. Was always exposed.
So,
what was
sir,
it
you were talking about San Pietro, how you guys were always exposed.
What's the last thing I said?
You were talking about San Pietro, how the machine gunners were always exposed. You couldn't dig in. And so I was just asking you some questions. You mentioned there was that one story about there was a man in your company who got hit and he bled out.
Yeah.
Was that in your platoon or who was that?
Huh?
Was he in your platoon?
Oh, yeah, in my machine gun section.
Do you remember his name?
No, I don't remember his name. I think he was from New York or somewhere.
And
He was a replacement come in who hadn't had him long.
do you recall where he was wounded?
It was in his leg,
Wow.
but all we could do, the only medication thing we had, they give us a little packet of sulfur tablets and sulfur powder. When you were wounded, you're supposed to pour the powder on the wound and take the tablets. In fact, when I was wounded in 44, January 4, that's all the medication they had to treat me with. Even back in the hospital, they didn't have anything except sulfur to treat me. It was some time before they ever came out with penicillin. But back to the
San Pietro. San Pietro.
yes, the battle. We were still above San Pietro. It was a little town. What the Battle of San Pietro was, a lot of it was just artillery shooting us, and we shoot at them. But the Germans would attack us at night. But my machine gun, we'd start firing our machine gun, in 15 minutes I'd be out of the ammunition. But machine guns is what the Germans tried to knock out is the machine guns. And what we try to knock is their machine guns, because that's what causes the most damage when you're attacking, infantry attacking, is their machine guns. Every time we start firing, all the riflemen were dug in, be running 15, 20 yards from us. They shut up those machine guns because they knew that was going to bring in the artillery fire. I had a detail section of 12 men, I believe, and I lost all of those at least twice. After the Battle of San Pedro, I lost every machine gunner. How I survived it, I'll never know. But because I was right there with them.
Do you recall some of the incidents? You know, did you have to provide first aid to any of those men?
No, I didn't provide first aid. We'd always have a medic in our company, and he was good. He was very good. Time somebody wounded, he was with him in a hurry, getting him. I wasn't knowledgeable enough in treatment of wounds or anything to provide first aid. We depended strictly on the medic. But we survived artillery fire. It was one incident I'll never forget. Is one guy is getting more of the things you remember this happened. Is his best friend got hit by the machine guns, and he went just blew his stack, just went crazy wild, and they had to grab him and strap him to a thing to take him back down the beach. He was getting sweaty. But I remember another incident. This was on our way to the beach. To Altavilla. Not Altavilla, to the mountains before San Pedro. We were getting shelled heavy, and there was a cave there we saw. So, but a few of us, like my platoon, said, "Well, let's get that cave tonight." Well, we could have known that could have been booby trapped or something, but they threw a shell down in there, and not a shell, a grenade, and to set off any grenades that were there. So we did. We camped there, slept there that night. And I said, for the first time, I'm going to take off my shoes. I couldn't get them back on the next day. My feet were swollen so. But I had to get them on because we had to go. But one of our guys dug in, didn't want to get the cave, so he made it right next to a wall. Well, that night, artillery piece hit right on top of that wall and knocked the rock down. He killed him, he covered him up with rock. But we had one day, was on, it's back when we were on the, going up to, maybe it was only during the San Pedro battle, example, we were going to try to go to a different place. And company commander called Master Rep all sergeants to meet with him. I told my guys while I was going to get up here next to that wall, because then artillery pieces, if you get behind something, artillery would go over you. But artillery piece hit the trees above them, and about half of them got hit that night. But for the San Pedro battle was over with, I lost every man I had, every one. When we went into the battle of Rapido River, I had all new guys. I didn't even remember both of them's name. But we survived San Pedro, and the town was totally destroyed by artillery. But
did you have any experiences going through the town?
No, well, we went through. We just on our way. Well, after San Pedro, we lost so many men. We probably 3/4 of them were wounded or something. So they had to pull us back off the line for a couple of weeks to get reinforcements come in. And I remember we got about dark. You got to have replacements in, and the first sergeant signed 2 of them. There's 110 new guys. That night, artillery. We thought we were, I guess, far enough back we had artillery range, but they lit in on us. Those poor guys both got killed. Just one day of combat, never in combat. Just came in the night before. But also, I remember at Altavilla, we pulled back to rest, get reinforcements. It was our first sergeant found out how many was left in the company. It wasn't many. And he bought from a farmer, bought straw. And he set up the pup tents to find number and put straw down for sleep in. We thought that was the most wonderful bed in the world. But I'll never forget, though, that was Christmas Eve. They pulled us back Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve, somewhere there was a little church. I never knew exactly where. But we could hear them singing at night, Christmas songs. And we got mail in for the first time. We hadn't had mail in a month. And I got a box from my mother. It was dark night. It was night. It was some kind of candy. So I asked all the guys in my company who, my machine gun section that were left, to come help me eat that candy. And one guy said, it's probably full of worms. The other guy said, I'm not going to bother about the worms. But that was just a little nice remembrance you have. But I'll never forget that Christmas Eve here in that church play. And we were off about 2 weeks. And that started to Rapido River. A lot of books, not many books, but some books, but a lot of stories have been written about the Battle of Rapido River. It was a slaughter for our division, slaughter for everybody trying to cross. Our company commander, our regiment division commander, General Walker, he's told General Clark, said, it's totally impossible to cross that river at this place here you picked up for us to cross.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but the Rapido River, that's such a important story of yours. It's your defining story, and we don't have enough time to actually do it properly today. Then I'd be cutting you off like right in the middle of it if we have to stop.
Okay,
So,
do it tomorrow.
Well, that would be the best idea. Because Miss Akers, she's just looking out for you. She wants you to make it to 200 at least. And so what she's saying is right, that we should take it easy. Give you time to rest between the, different interviews. But we gotta figure something out about that curtain because it keeps going in and out. When you were up on the mountain above San Pietro and you guys were getting all this artillery fire, can you personally tell me, where did you dig in, Mr. Kirby? Where did you, because you were the only one that didn't get hit in your entire section. What did you do differently? Where did you have a little, did you pile rocks in front of your position, or how did you not get hit?
I don't know. That's a good mystery. How I survived, I was with them. Maybe they'd be dug in. But the sergeant the other sergeant too, he was in charge of the mortar section. He and I stayed together, and neither of us were wounded in, but he was killed at the river crossing. But I don't know. You tell me. That's been one of the mysteries I was wondering.
I think someone's been looking out for you.
I know one time they were wounded when the company commander had all the sergeants to meeting. That shell came in and hit a bunch of them. When it hit the trees, it hit a bunch of them in. That's what I understand that. I wasn't there. But we were wounded by artillery fire. I had one night, they were San Pedro. We were dug in, we'd go deep, going to bed. This was a mortar shell, I think. It hit on the side of our hole. It didn't explode.
Dud.
If it had, it had gone on down, it probably hit us, but didn't.
Well,
I don't know.
I've heard that a lot of those shells, it was slave labor that was making it, The Germans had a lot of the Jewish people and other prisoners making their arms.
Yes.
So sometimes they would try to sabotage it.
Yeah.
So who knows?
A lot of it was made in Italy. Yeah.
When it comes to San Pietro, do you have any idea how high up did the German infantry get to your position? How close did they get?
we couldn't see them, but they got awful close. And yeah.
I mean, it just
Yeah, that was one time with small arms fire. We were getting small arms fire, and we were returning small arms fire. We ran out of ammunition. This is kind of frightening.
And so the only other thing I would ask you to please talk about today is your role. You know, what your job in the company was. What are you expected to do as the platoon sergeant of the machine gun sections? No, you're not. You weren't platoon sergeant, were you?
So,
Were you platoon sergeant or?
no, just sections.
Okay.
We call it section sergeant.
Could you please talk about your role as a section sergeant?
Yeah. Well, my main job is to train. We always get replacement to train them in a machine gun, and get them trained how to shoot a gun, how to break it down. You set it back together. But when you got into battle, machine guns were used defensively in the mountains. The company commander would tell me, he said, I want one on my right, one on my left. Machine guns. So crossfire, you could hit anybody. So my job was to find the best place to put each machine gun and put them there. And have a machine gun say, I wasn't one that pulled the trigger. Had gunners that pulled the trigger. I guess you might say I was exposed to shells just like everybody else, sometimes maybe more. I was standing sometime going back and forth and from gun to gun. But my job to train the guy, we get new guys in. When we get replacements coming in, most of them are saying, I don't want a machine gun section, I don't want a machine gun section. The first sergeant would just have to make some of them go to the machine gun section. We had one guy, I'll never forget him, big guy, stout looking. First thing he said when he got off the truck bringing recruits in, I want that machine gun section. I said, grab him. I said, we won't. But I'll tell you a story about him at the Repeater River battle.
Okay, I'll make sure to remind you, the man from Lubbock.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time today. I mean it when I say this was totally worth the trip. If you lived halfway across the world, I would want to come to meet you. You are incredible. I'm going to unhook you, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
And so,
I get it.
you're okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Mr. Kirby, it is such an honor to see you again. I really appreciate you taking the time to talk with me about your experiences in World War II. So just like yesterday, I'm going to have you look right here. We're just having a conversation, and same kind of thing. I'll have you pretend that I don't know anything about the war. The way you said your stories yesterday, that was perfect. You really did a great job. We're just going to jump right into it. So you were talking about the lead up to the Rapido River. So if you don't mind talking a little bit about that before we get into the battle.
Okay. After the Battle of San Pietro, we went into reserve until we could get replacements, because we lost so many members during that battle. But after it,
Call from 25228
after the Battle of San Pietro, we lost so many members. We went back in reserve for a short time for get replacements. And then after we had those replacements, about 2 weeks, I don't remember the exact period of time, then we started moving toward the Repeater River. The Repeater River battle was the first battle we fought since we landed in Salerno, which we level ground and not in the mountains. We got to the Repeater River. I guess several days we bivouacked. We dug foxholes and stayed in those. And we were sending patrols out across the river to check on what Germans were there and so forth. And we thought it was kind of strange where my platoon dug our foxholes. Artillery's falling around, but none was falling on us. Then we discovered we were moved into a minefield. Didn't know that till one guy stepped on a mine. But after that, we had to make lines, safe places to get out of foxholes to get out somewhere. So we had patrols, as I said, we sent patrols off. So were the Germans. But all that time, General Walker was trying to get it changed from where we were scheduled to cross the river, up the river, place he thought would be safer, easier to cross. But General Clark wouldn't agree. But when the Americans crossed that river, sometime, I don't know how long, after a few weeks or maybe a month, weeks, I think, they crossed at the place that General Walker wanted them to. We were told that we would cross the river the following night or the same night, I don't remember. But what happened, everything was mined all the way to the river. So we were going to cross at night because that's when you're supposed to cross the river, at night, not in daylight. The engineers came in and cleared out a path through the minefields, and they were going to lead us down to the river. They had laid it because it was going to be night when we crossed. So they had laid a white strap up all the way down. But then the Germans were bombing, artillery was coming in so fast, it hit these straps of material they had laid down and broke them and scattered them, and engineers couldn't find a safe way. So we withdrew and didn't attempt to cross that night. It was a part of another regiment did get across. I don't remember which regiment it was. I think it's not sure, it's my opinion. This upset General Clark because we didn't cross. So he said we'd cross the next day at 2 or 4 o'clock, I forgot the time. And they tried to persuade him not to in daylight at night, but he insisted. So we crossed, attempted, we did cross. Not everybody got across the river. We crossed, it's not a big river, but it'd been a lot of rain and some floods. It was bigger that day. But it's a Repeater River, I guess it's a rapid river. It is a rapid, fast. We crossed in rubber boats, inflated boats. There were 2 parts to the boats, but we got down to the river. The shells were falling everywhere. There was a lot of confusion. Everybody trying to get on a boat and get across. And I remember we had some new lieutenants, And one of those, another sergeant walked by, his lieutenant was in this foxhole, all curled up. And the sergeant said, "Come on, Lieutenant, let's go." He said, "I'm not going as far as I'm going to go." His sergeant said, he said a very curse word. "If you don't get up there, I'll shoot you right now." I was afraid he was going to. I said, come on, we got to get on this boat." We got on the boat and got across the river. And it was a little bit of a bluff on us side. I don't remember exactly how we got out that boat, got on the bluff, but as soon as we got on the bluff and got up there, that's when we see all the dead guys. It was a flat field, just flat as a tabletop, and the Germans were covering a little hill, a mountain, not real high, but elevated a bit. They were dug in up there with their machine guns, and they just fired all across it. How any of us ever
Call from GCS.
at that junk mail, most of my mail junk mail phones.
So you're doing great, sir. You don't have to repeat all of it, but I need you to repeat that last part because the phone.
Okay.
So you were talking about crossing, and it was as flat as a tabletop, the bluff. So if you take it from that point, please.
I noticed I just got on top of the ground after the river. And there was a guy laying by me, too. Well, I could reach over, almost touched him. And all of a sudden, there was a burst of machine gun fire that hit him and just pushed him down a little bit. They just kept shooting him. And we had one guy in my company that was pretty tough guy. But this was his first battle. And he got up, he saw that dead guy, he fainted. We kind of shook him around, got him awake again. He fainted again. We left him there because we had to get him ready to move. So it was late in the afternoon, and it was a real, not freezing, but it was cold. And it was, I can't remember if it was rain or just a heavy mist or something, but we couldn't see very far. But always set up your defensive line or attacking line, you build heavy fences out in front of it, so far in front. Well, one of our guys in our company crossed, I don't know how he did it, but he broke the fence down where we could cross. But I didn't see many people. Everybody was we just move, try to just keep moving and zigzagging around so it wouldn't get hit. But I guess around 7, 8 o'clock, it got real quiet. They weren't bombing shells, artillery shells would quit falling, because we were too close to the German line for them to shell us. Then I didn't see it, but I knew it was dark, couldn't see much. But I ran into a company commander, and he was sitting on the side of an irrigation ditch. And he asked me to go down to the right and see if I could find any other men from our company. Say what we need to do, whether we need to attack them or what. if we get enough men together, still alive. And while I was gone, a shell came in where I was sitting by him, hit him, killed him. He was a nice guy, very wonderful guy. But the ground there was soft. It had been raining. And the shells hit there would leave a pretty good sized hole. And there's two guys from our company was in that hole. And I stopped to talk to them. And while I was talking to them, it was quiet. There was no shelling going on at all. Nothing, not even a small arm fire. But all of a sudden, I heard a small arm fire. I don't know if it was a machine gun or what, but at the same time, I heard something go ping. It hit something right in front of me, and then it hit me. And there was always a mystery with the doctors, is really what hit my upper arm. I had about an inch left of my arm before it got to the joint, maybe not that much. But usually when a bullet goes in you, you leave a small hole, but it leaves a big hole when it comes out. But that's what was strange to me. I had a big hole in front. Bigger, not as quite as big as a tennis, but pretty big. And the reason it 2 inches of my bone was blown out, and also nerve was done something to it because my arm was totally paralyzed. And we didn't, for treatment then, they gave us a little pack of sulfur tablets and sulfur drug powder. And you're supposed to get wounded, you're supposed to take the tablets and pour the powder on the wound. Well, it was dark, and on one hand, I had a hard time doing it, if I was ever able to do it. But while I was getting sleepy, I guess from loss of blood, two guys from our company, I don't know where they came from because it was dark, said, "Come on, we'll help you get back across the river." They'd been slightly wounded too. And I can't remember much about crossing the river. I was just kind of out of it. How we got in the boat, I don't know. The boat, rubber boat, we found one there. They found it. I didn't do much anything. It was half of the boat was, but I'd been hit. That wasn't floating anymore. Half of it. But we got across the river. I don't know how we got in it. I can't. Probably wasn't aware at the time. But we went to the first aid station, and they said they had nothing. They treated so many veterans. They didn't have a bandage, didn't even have an aspirin. But keep going further back was the battalion aid station. We could be there. We finally got there, and they didn't do any treatment, but they rode us on a Jeep and took us to a field hospital. And that's where I received my first treatment, when I did field hospital. I remember lying on a gurney that was so many injured soldiers coming in at the hospital, and just put you on these gurneys and wait your turn to get somebody to see a doctor. This one guy gurney next to me realized he was dead, and his corpsman came out. They were going to move him, and he knows he had a hand grenade attached to his belt. Of course, that's the way you carry it up in the battle. Hand grenades are safe as long as you don't pull a pin. They didn't know that. Of course, the corpsman didn't have a hand grenade. But they wouldn't want to touch the body to move him because they afraid the hand grenade go off. I don't remember much about the field hospital. Actually, they did something to me that night to put me to sleep. I don't know what they did. But next day or 2 days, something, they loaded us on a train and took us to Naples, where there was one American General Hospital in Naples. And because there was not a lot of room for those General Hospitals, they're all in tents. They were still back in North Africa. It was about three General Hospitals altogether back there. I think it's about 3. And they flew me and some others to North Africa to a General Hospital. And that's where I started receiving more treatment there. But treatment then was still just sulfur drugs, sulfur powder. But I was, because of the severity of my arm, was going to cause a lot of surgery, they said. And I'd never be able to go back into combat. I'd go back to the States, so I was ZI, they called it, Zone of Interior. So I was just put there to just wait for a hospital ship. I spent 6 months there in North Africa waiting for transportation back to the States. And the hospital I was in was closed, and moved into Italy. And then I was transferred to another hospital, and it was closed, and I was transferred back to a small hospital in Oran. I don't know how long it was there, but then they flew some of us who were ambulatory to Casablanca, and we were housed in it was, I guess, a makeshift hospital, but we were just waiting there to be flown back to the States. We never left the place, so I never had an opportunity to go in the city of Casablanca. I would love to have. We were flown out of Casablanca. We stopped at, I forgot what's island, I forgot the name of it, for refuel, and then stopped to somewhere North Canada, Newfoundland, I believe Newfoundland. Refuel and landed at Hamilton Field, New York, and there's a hospital there. And they tried then to send you back to the type of hospital you would need to be treated. And if it was one of them in your home state, they would send you there. Fortunately, there was an orthopedic hospital, big one, in Temple, Texas. And I only lived about 35 miles from Temple, so I was thrilled to be able to go to Temple. I landed, I was wounded, I think I forgot to mention, January the 22nd, 1944. I was in the hospital in North Africa until I landed, transferred to Texas. And I arrived in Texas in July of 44. But while I was in the hospital in North Africa, penicillin was invented. And then we started getting shots of penicillin every 3 hours. And we remembered we got him in the hips, and it got to the point that it was difficult to even sit down to get some of those shots. But the hospital in Temple, Texas was, I think they had about 2,000 patients. And it was an orthopedic hospital. I had nerve damage, which I was going to have some surgery for that. But said first I had to get this orthopedic surgery done. Had to get a bone graft in my shoulder. All this time, when I was in the hospital in North Africa, I was in a body cast. The reason because my wound in my arm was shot so high up that a regular cast wouldn't cover it. So they had to have a body cast and elevate my arm about 2 or 3 inches. And I was in that body cast for 18 months. After, I had 2 or 3 surgeries there at that hospital. But I had some infection, and they had to treat that infection in my arm before they could operate the thing. And there were so many orthopedic patients there, they all going to have surgery. It took a while to even get scheduled for surgery. So when I had the first surgery, I remember they gave me a 30-day pass, furlough, because they could do for me, but that's what they do, is kind of move the patients out. It been still waiting for further surgery. But I was still in that body cast. And when I did have operation replace the bone, instead of taking the body cast off, which I thought they would do, they just cut a big piece out of that body cast around my arm and operated through the whole of my arm. When they did the bone graft surgery, they also, I'm sure, worked some way on the nerve in my arm, because the doctor was extremely interested if I started feeling anything. After a few weeks, I began to feel a little bit. It was coming back. The nerve never fully always come back. My arm is very limited, always will be. I had very little use of it. But I had to have some plastic surgery for trying to remove some scar tissues out of my arm. And they closed down our hospital in January of Temple, Texas. He's going to close it down. And he wanted to transfer me to a hospital in El Paso, Texas, specialized in plastic surgery. I talked to the major out of Senate, but rather just go ahead and discharge me. So I was discharged from the hospital for disability on January 26, I believe, of 1946. Of course, I think nowadays they wouldn't. My treatment in the hospital would have been much less than two years, because they could treat me quicker and just no more than they did back then. Most of GIs that were injured in World War II, bones were damaged, especially up on the mountains where you didn't receive immediate treatment, developed infections. And it was difficult to cure those infections, but they had to do that before they could ever treat you. And a lot of limbs, I was afraid this was going to remove my arm, but I had to have a good doctor, and he kept working on it. But a lot of amputees in World War II were dealing with bone infection, I forget what they call it, osteomyelitis or something. But that happened to a lot of World War II veterans. But we up on the mountains, when you were on the mountains, it took hours and hours to ever get you to the aid station. And that's caused a lot of severe damage. But I was fortunate. I was very lucky. You know, the worst thing about the infantry being an instrument is not just getting shot at, the living conditions you're in. Especially in the winter, it was colder, it would rain a lot, you're always wet, have to sleep in a wet foxhole. But the living conditions for an infantryman were terrible in World War II. In Italy, and I'm sure they were for everywhere else. Fortunately, we had a lot of cold weather, but never had any snow, and I felt sorry for those guys in Europe, but later on, it did have fight in Europe where they had the snow. And I was discharged from the military in January of 1946. And I grew up on a farm, always worked, had to use my right arm something. And I didn't know what I was going to do, because I need to go back to college. But I got out in the winter, it was too late to go to college then and started class. So I got a temporary job with the VA, and that was really helped me kind of get settled down. And the VA was a great agency. A lot of people worked for it, were very kind, helpful.
Thank you so much for telling us about your experiences at the Rapido River and your rehabilitation. Could you please elaborate on the struggles that you've had with your arm injury? Were you, first of all, were you right-handed or left-handed growing up?
I was right-handed. And as I said, I grew up on a farm where you had to work with your hands and arms all the time, so I felt just naked without you being able to use my arm. And that's when I was fortunate enough to get that temporary job with the VA. And while I was one of the officials at VA told me about this special class at American University, was sponsored by, where they taught the laws and regulations and everything concerning veteran administration, veterans laws. And he encouraged me to apply for it. said it'd be good for you. Whatever.
Call from Ray.
Ray, let me call you back a little later today. Okay, bye. Sorry.
Who is that? Your grandkid? Is that your grandson?
Was
Was that your grandson?
my brother in Texas,
How old is he?
92.
Oh, so he didn't serve in the war.
He was in
Korea.
Korean War. In Korean War.
So you were talking about your arm. I guess what I would like to know, sir, are you able to use your right arm at all?
No.
Like your right hand.
I can do that.
So I'm going to have you say that one more time, but can you say something like, I have no use of my arm, and this is as far as I can bring it up. So not in my words, but we want it, in your
Okay.
words. Whenever you're ready.
Well, when I was discharged from the hospital, I had very little use of my right arm, extremely. I could, even today, I can move it a little bit like this, but I can't raise it up. It's frozen. I can't turn it over like that. But when they put me in that body cast, they told me to put my hand the way I wanted it to be, because more than likely it's going to be frozen and stay that way. That's what happened. But I have been able to use my elbow a little bit more. That's it. But I can't write. It shakes so when I'm not touching something. I can't write. I've tried to sign my name, but that's about all. I work on a computer and do email. I don't work on it. I do email sometimes. I can do one finger. But my grandson was kind enough to buy me a bigger keyboard for the computer. It was made the old regular keyboard with the computer. I still hit one finger. I'll hit two at a time if it's close together, but the bigger keyboard is separate. But
How did you learn how to do everything with your left hand? That must have been very difficult.
well, it was very difficult learning to use my left hand. I've used it so much, I've worn it out. It's so much arthritis in my fingers now, I can't bend them anything, hardly. But I realize I'm greatly handicapped, but I don't complain, because I'm alive. And how I lived through the battle of Repeater River, so many of my friends didn't. Out of my company, Repeater River, with 200 men in the company, there's only 27 was able to survive, come back across that river. And some of those 27 may not ever got to cross, because a lot of troops couldn't get across the river. Those rubber boats were sunk by shells. If the shell hit or hit pieces of it, hit her and burst, and it wouldn't float anymore. But I was lucky. I've never complained about my handicap, because I'm lucky to have my arm to use it the better I can. It's better than an artificial arm. I can use these fingers better now, not completely, but I wouldn't trade it for an artificial arm. But anytime it bothers me, I said, don't complain, you're lucky. I lost my best friends after Repeater River. don't even like to think and talk about the Peter River much because it's such a sad memories come back. But I'm okay. I'm doing fine. I've had a good life, very good life. I was very fortunate to have a very good job. I was able to do. People have been kind to me, and I never complained. But what happened though, I had that job at the VA, and they wanted me to go to a special course in American University in Washington, which I applied for and accepted. That went with a year's work we did in 6 months. And I remember we went from 8 hours a day and sometime night, but we took a lot of anatomy courses, we took English, took speech course, speaking, and several other courses in addition to the laws and regulations of the VA. When I graduated, I was offered a job with the Disabled American Veterans as a service officer back in Texas, which I took. But in 1960, had the opportunity to offer for position with the House Representatives Committee on Veterans Affairs. And I worked there until I retired till the late 1970s. And at that time, after I retired, we moved back to Texas, back to my wife's hometown. And then we got old, and my daughter, who lived in North Carolina, insisted we move up here. That's how it is in North Carolina. And after my wife's death, a short time after that, I moved to this retirement home here in Wilson, North Carolina, where I presently live. I'm fine. I'm 101 years old. I can't do the things I used to do. My balance is gone. My mobility is weak. But thank God, every day I'm still alive. I don't complain about that problem I have. I'm very fortunate.
Mr. Kirby, I think I speak for every single person who would ever watch this when I say you are an inspiration and you are a true American hero. What you went through in the war has provided millions and millions of people an opportunity at a full and a free life. And I'm one of those people, and I'm so blessed to meet you and spend time with you, sir. You are exactly what it means to be a great American.
Let me explain, brother. I am no hero. The heroes didn't live. They were the ones that should have heroes. Anyone that lived is not a hero. He's lucky.
Mr. Kirby, thank you so much again for taking all the time to talk with me. There was so much to talk about. If we could please go over the Rapido River in more detail. What were you all told, the GIs, the frontline infantry, what were you guys told about the river crossing and why you were doing it? What was the purpose?
Yeah, we were told we'd cross the river. We're going to break through. Then the whole purpose was they'd made an invasion, had planned one further up north, and they wanted us to cross that river and and maybe cause the Germans to pull more troops back down south and away from the place up north where they were going to plan to invade. That was what we were told, the reason we were fighting crossing the river. Because then we crossed, and Bridges was telling us tanks were coming through, and they were advancing on Germany further north. That was a purpose, the reason we were told.
What were you all, after you got the briefing that you were going to cross the river, what was the scuttlebutt amongst the men? Did people think this was crazy, or?
Well, we knew we couldn't. We knew it was going to be a slaughter. We knew that we could not cross that river and fight in daylight on that flat ground when the Germans were up by the hills with machine guns and everything on us. We knew it was, I guess not many people expected to come back from that. Because we knew it was going to be impossible. And I would imagine, I never know, I would imagine there's some guys that just didn't cross that river because they knew what was going to happen when he did, like that lieutenant I mentioned. But morale was very low.
Even before the crossing?
Yes, when we were told what was going to happen, that morale went low. And we had a lot of new troops. I never saw hardly any of my machine gunners after we got across that river. I don't know if they crossed or not. Because you couldn't get into any formation or anything. You had to be on your own. We couldn't just everybody on their own, get over there and get across and advance as best you can. And so I never did plan to even set up machine guns because we told impossible. We just were trying to protect and live. We weren't going to fire because of machine guns. You don't do that when you're advancing. When people are in front of you, you maybe shoot your own men. But we were trying to get as far as we could, and if we could get into their line, then we could maybe. Well, frankly, I don't think many of us expected to ever get to the German line. And very few did. After the war, I didn't know about this not the war, but that battle. I didn't know about this till I read it in a magazine. The next day, of course, I was back in the hospital then, the Germans requested a truce. That was as far as I've been able to term the only truce. It was great in World War II. But the purpose of it was that Germans said, "You got too many dead here. We're not going to take care of the food. You come over and pick up your dead." And they did. There was a truce. And it was interesting. I read about it, how the Germans were friendly to the GIs. There's just two GIs talking to each other on different sides. One of them told one of the American GIs that he had a brother in Brooklyn, New York, and they wished the Americans good luck when it was all over with. But they went around, and Germans helping them picking up the dead. They moved, I understand, was told, 80 bodies back across the river, but didn't have time to move them all back, and they were stacked down by the bank so they couldn't back and get them later. But they missed a friend of mine. He was in my company, a great guy. His both legs were shattered, but he couldn't move. Of course, he was in this shell hole. That's what most of them were in. And how they just missed him. But the Germans then found him 2 or 3 days later. And he was a German POW. And was in their hospital. His legs were amputated while it was a German hospital. German camp, it wasn't much of a hospital. In fact, there was a British doctor who was a POW that amputated his legs. But he lived and he get back in the States. Yeah, he was.
What was his name?
Charles Rummel, a very good friend of mine.
Thank you for sharing that. You know, if you don't mind, could you take us through the actual crossing in a little more detail from your point of view? I want to feel, sir, that I'm right next to you. You know, my understanding is that the crossing, we'll even go a little before. The Americans had an artillery barrage on the German positions before the crossing.
Yeah.
What do you remember about that barrage?
It was just, the German was still firing us at the same time, too. I don't remember anything particular more than just routine artillery fire going on, trying to. But we had trouble after we didn't cross that time. Our artillery was coming up short. It was hitting us, some of it. And I know they got word back to the captain, they'd get word back to the artillery. You're shooting, you're short. You're not getting to the German lines. Some of your shells are falling here with us. But it's hard. It's impossible to describe how it was crossing that river. That so many guys were just shot up. So it was just a slaughter. How I lived long, how I went far as I did, that being wounded is a miracle. But
during the whole crossing, you know, when you were on the American side in the river and on the German side, were there any specific times that you saw American soldiers getting hit by small arms or shells?
Yeah, I just mentioned a while ago, but as soon as I got over there, this guy was within 3-4 feet of me. He got hit. I remember they just kept hitting him, just moved his body along. And they were guys falling down everywhere. You should look around, you can see them falling.
Would this be on the German side?
It was on the German side. We crossed the river, and the first thing we saw this guy was this dead soldier. Then I don't try to even bring most of that back to my memory. It's not a pleasant thing to remember. But we advanced some, and we on the ground, of course, so we may get up and run, it would hit the ground. And this GI, I didn't know him, was laying, and I could have reached over 3 or 4 feet from me. But to hit him, it was a machine gun. He said, they hit him and killed him, but then they just kept hitting him. they made it like hitting a can with, they just moved his body a little bit, hitting him so. But
when you came up to him the first time, he was still alive. He wasn't hit the first time.
no,
So when you came up to him, he was alive. Then he got hit, and then they kept firing.
yeah.
Could you please tell me? You mentioned earlier, and I'm sorry that this is kind of scattered, so I'm going to take you back to the
Okay.
beginning of the river. When
I was hit, and out of the 21st. By the time I got back to the hospital, got all recorded, they got it, I think, 22nd.
Can you tell us? You mentioned that. Can you tell us about around what time of day was it when you guys crossed the river? It was daytime, right?
Late afternoon. Yep, daytime, daylight.
And when you had crossed the river, there had already been one attempted crossing, right? From another regiment?
Yes,
That was the 141.
yes.
So
They made me the 20th. I don't know what day it was.
But when it comes to your regiment, the crossing that you guys were going to make in that area, you guys were the first ones, right? When you had crossed, was there any company already on the German side, or were you guys the first ones crossing the river?
We were the first one. I'm not saying I was the first one, but our battalion was first then across. Our regiment, we crossed at different places. One battalion be further down. We didn't cross at the exact same place, but where my battalion crossed was this one location.
Through my research, I have, come across accounts that on the American side, leading to the river, there was no cover. The Germans had cut down all the
That's
trees,
right.
and that
Yeah.
they had mined the area. So even going, many men were killed, not even going, they were killed before they even got to in the
That's
water.
right. Yes.
So can you take us through? I'm just trying to understand. Where did you guys start your journey? You mentioned you were bivouacked, right? You were dug in a minefield. From that point, can you take me through how you get to the river, please?
How we got to the river?
From there.
Well, the first was going to cross at night. And that's when the engineers had said a path was to cross. And they did those white strips, and shell hit that. The next day, when General Clark told us we were going to cross at daylight, we didn't go in a particular formation. It just, we weren't too far from the river. And we just told them, just best you can, get in the river, get on the boat. You're right. The other side, had been trees over there on the bank. They'd cut down those trees, and some of them were stuck into the bank of the river, and it left the boats where it couldn't get up close to the beach, to the wall. But we had, I didn't see anybody drown, but the story was that some of the guys drowned in the river. Shell hit their boats, and we were in cold winter uniforms, have a backpack, heavy. If you ever got out water, you're going to have so much weight on you, it's probably going to just take you down. I guess some guys probably did drown.
Can you tell me about how you got in a boat? How did you find a boat? Were you assigned to a boat?
No, it was shells landing everywhere. It's pretty not real organized. cross that river. You couldn't just well, everybody, you're on your own, get on the boat and get over any way you can. And I went inside the boat. They said, let's grab the first boat we can. And then they were getting on this boat, and I was, as the sergeant, we were able to get on, but we didn't get on by company, platoon. We just, because you couldn't do it yet because shells were landing on our beach, on our side. And main thing, hurry up, get across. We thought it'd be better on the other side, get away from that shelling. Because we were more afraid of artillery. We were a small arm fire because artillery is what most of our casualties were due to artillery. But on the other side, though, we saw how bad small arm fire was because machine guns were just covering it. And I don't know how many more people were hit. You couldn't. I saw some get hit and just fall where it killed them. The only guy I saw I saw him die from it was one laying me next to that side when they just hit him, kept shooting him. But it was a misty day. We were, and you were just trying to do the best you can for yourself. You just saving yourself where you could. Where you could find that you could move, keep moving, and you advancing. You always try to zigzag or something so they can't get a direction. But when they're just raking a fire like we did. That's what our machine gun did. We just fire, and not necessarily soldiers. That's what the Germans do. It's very effective. That's how they were hitting so many people. And artillery pieces were still falling just past the river, but yet we get further in, the artillery stopped because they're getting too close to their troops.
Once you got to the German side, could you see any German soldiers
No.
or any German
No.
positions?
We couldn't see that good. The weather or something like we knew it was up at that hill, but no, we couldn't see position.
So you guys are getting...
I never saw a German that day. Never.
Say that again?
I never saw a German that day. Never.
It's almost worse not even being able to see the person that's killing everyone.
No, we couldn't see it.
Could you please tell me, you're doing a wonderful job and you're really painting such a vivid picture, and I appreciate that, Mr. Kirby. Could you take us through your journey once you get in the boat? What was it like crossing the river? How did you guys cross? In your boat in particular.
I don't know who was paddling it. I don't remember. But we hit them, and I don't remember how. This was a cliff. I mean, a bank or 2-3 feet or something. I don't remember how I got out of that boat and got up on that bank. But we did, and it just, things were happening so sudden, so much going on, and my memory is not as good as it used to be either. I don't remember it.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at is I would have thought that being in the water would have been one of the scarier parts because you're kind of defenseless. But when you were, I mean, can you talk a little bit about the river? How wide was it? How long did it take to cross?
It didn't take, it wasn't a real wide river. It was, the danger of that river was a swift boat. It didn't, as I recall, it didn't take us long to hit across. I can't remember if it's 10 minutes, 15, or 5. I just don't remember. But we got across the thing that most in my mind after finding his dead people, soon we got across this dead soldier there. Then it moved a little bit, and this other guy just killed like he was there by me, but I didn't know him. He is in my regiment, but I didn't know who he was. He could even have been from my company. We had so many new people, I wouldn't have known.
In your memories, when you were in the water, did you, like when you were in your boat, did you see any of the other boats getting hit or going down? Anything like
No,
men?
I don't remember.
But there was, you were,
Yes.
there were still shells falling in the water, right?
Yes, there was. And I didn't see one go down. Maybe I did. I just don't remember it.
That's okay.
I don't want to remember some of those things that happened. I just don't.
You've been so, I appreciate, what you're telling me, because it's important people know that what you guys went through. So you get to the German side, you're taking artillery and small arms fire. Can you tell me, is there any semblance of organization? Is there any officers going around trying to get men?
No, you couldn't see. May have been, but we didn't see them. We just were on, advanced as far as we could. You couldn't, it'd be impossible to go before Mexico. That fire was so thick, the Germans,
But what were you guys all behind? You were behind the bank of the river?
No, unless we got up. The bank was higher than the river on the German side. Our side, the American side, was level. But it was higher but that was a bank. We had to get up that bank.
So were most of the men behind the bank?
No, it was a water. You had to get off. When you got off that water, you had to get on top of the bank because it's the bank there. It wasn't anything to hide behind.
That's what I'm trying to visualize. There was nothing to hide.
No, nothing. That you hit the bank of a river. It was like hitting and running that TV there, just flat. You got to either sit there in that boat, sink, or get on top of the ground, and that's what you had to do. And that's when you. So you got on top of that bank is when the fire hit you, and that was, we got up on the top of it. The first thing I saw was a dead soldier laying there. Then a little farther up is when this kid next to me got killed sitting there. Then rest of it's all hazy.
And so most of the men, I guess because there's no cover, guys are trying to dig in. Right?
We were trying to move and go forward. We weren't trying to dig in there. We hope you get so close to them that you'll stop. Well, we were attacking them. So we weren't digging in, we were attacking.
Thank you for clarifying that. Because I guess what I was thinking is, you guys crossed the river, there was so much firepower that you all kind of decided to stay there. But no, you guys were trying to move forward.
Yeah, just keep moving. Now, if you're going to stay there, you're probably going to get killed right quick, maybe.
Are there any?
Our objective was to take this little town.
Say that again?
Our objective was to take this little town. I can't remember its name, but there's a memorial that was set up in that town. Now, when I was back in Italy, I saw it to the 36th Division, where they're attempting to cross the river there. But our objective was take this town. And that's what, we didn't stop. You kept going. Everybody was alive, kept moving.
Just hang on. They're moving some trash. They're picking up some trash.
Oh,
Mr. Kirby, I am in awe of you. I cannot believe that I get to be in your presence. What you went through. I'm so sorry that you had to go through this, but I am so grateful because I would not exist if it wasn't for people like you.
well, let me first explain. A lot of people went through it, and people went through even worse than I did.
I don't know, Mr. This is pretty
Yes,
tough.
they did. There's worse places. It's just, you can't explain combat. It's just something you can't explain. We never, my regiment had reunions every year, and one survived. We talked about the good things that happened. We never talked about the fighting. Nobody wants that to get brought up. We just talk about funny things that happened, things that so forth, but never somebody say, "What did you do? Whoever you when we were doing this?" We just didn't talk about it. In fact, I've talked about it more today than I did in my life.
Why do you think you're so comfortable talking to me?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's. I don't know. I can't explain things. You don't. It just is so many. I don't think I went through anything bad. Just think all those guys were killed. That I was lucky. I was lucky. I don't complain about my bad arm, because I'm just lucky to even have an arm. I've learned to accept it, to live with it, and it's fine. It's no problem. But I never complained about what I went through, because there's so many went through worse and didn't survive. My good friends, my best friend, but were killed.
Who was your best friend?
My best friend, who was bivouacked with a fellow sergeant, Sergeant Dudley Henry of Texas. He was killed, but he and I went across the river together in the same boat. But of course, we separated as soon as we did. Exactly when he was killed, or how he was killed, or where he was killed, I never knew. He was killed on the river. And how I survived, I'll never know. It's just lucky.
Can you describe your friend? What kind of man was he?
Oh, Dudley was a great guy, friendly. Everybody loved him. He was married. Had been married too long, but he was a very, very nice guy. He was just I was a section leader for the machine guns, and he was for the mortar section. He had the mortars. But he was a brave kid, brave guy, very brave. He did a great job at Grove. But of course, there's a lot of them. They were all brave. If you got on those boats to go across that river, you were brave or just doing what your duties. That's just a typical job, an infantryman, every place of war was got to. Infantryman's life is all about the same. You did what you were trained to do, and you just did it.
Did you get an opportunity to visit his family after?
Oh, yes. He also had a brother in my company, too. Yes, I knew all his family. I knew him before. His body was brought back to the States. I was at his funeral. But I attended the funeral of quite a guy's bodies were brought back. And
Are there some other names of men who you remember that were killed that you were friendly with, sir?
well,
And the reason I ask this is not to bring back tough memories, but the reality is, for my generation, these are just names on a cross. But for you, they were real people who had their whole lives ahead of them. And if we can get their names on record and a little bit about them,
well,
we can give them back a little dignity.
I don't want to talk about them. I don't want to talk about them. I don't want to think about them. Too much, too hard.
I understand. I do.
Because many of my friends were killed before time we got to the Peter River. Very many of those guys still left in the company.
You mean originals from the
Yeah,
guard?
very few.
Did you get close to any of the new men replacements, or you stayed away?
Never got real close. Friendly with everything, but we never had an opportunity to get real close to them, because they'd be back and then we'd be in combat then somewhere. But that there to Peter River, I don't even remember the names of the guys in my machine gun section.
So your buddies, your real close guys, were the ones who you were in the guard with.
Yes. Because we'd been training together for a couple of years before it went in the war, and you with them all the time. And like that, he and I bivouacked together. I slept with him through many of the combat days that we were in combat.
Did he mention anything like what his plans for his future were going to be when he got out of the war?
No, I don't know. You don't think he ever talked about it?
But I'm sure he would have been a great person.
Yeah, we were just. I don't know if he has any family left alive now. His brother, he's passed away. I know his parents passed away.
But when you came home after the war, you were in hospital in Temple.
Yes.
Did you?
I was there for a year and a half.
Did you get a drive to their house and They already knew he had been killed, but did you talk to them at all, or the first time you saw them was when his body got back?
I think the first time I saw him, his body came back.
Okay, but you know what I mean, because sometimes some of the veterans would go visit the families of the guys who were killed just to talk about.
I don't remember if I did. I may have. It's not something that I remember real clear.
That's okay. We're going to move on from that because I know that's a tough subject. But I really appreciate you telling me about Dudley. He would have been the same age as you, right? Roughly?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. He's same age.
So, just to move forward, sir, you talked about the Rapido River. I know you said there was no cover on the German side. Did you notice anyone doing anything unusual to try to protect themselves? Like maybe, putting their helmet up or
We were
out in the open?
just trying to move and just keep moving forward as quick as you can.
Were there any recorded incidents? Did any of the Americans actually get to German positions?
No. We were as close as they got.
And so how far inland do you think you got, sir?
I think we felt like we were within 20 yards of the German position. That's what we felt like. It's night, couldn't see them.
But how could it be? I thought you crossed in the daytime.
Well, late afternoon, but it was time we got across that river. It was probably, I don't know what time. I think we were supposed to start crossing at 4 o'clock something, but it got dark in a hurry. At 5 o'clock, it was getting dark over there.
And this is winter time.
In winter time.
Thank you so much. The reason I wanted to go back over this is because I just wanted to get into a little more detail, and you've done a wonderful job. You did a great job explaining how you got wounded. So, is there anything you do want to mention about that, though? I mean, when you got hit, what did it actually feel like, sir?
Well, it actually did. I didn't feel it. I don't remember it feeling it. That's because it hit the nerve. I guess it affected me, but it's just like it got hit in the shoulder or something. Something like hit you real hard in the shoulder. But
And
there was no pain to it. No pain.
And you think whatever it pinged, something got hit in front of you and it pinged.
Yes.
And then it hit you.
Yes. And that's the reason it left that hole in my arm instead of just. You never saw a big hole in somebody where the bullet goes in, but when it gets in, it starts hitting muscle and bones. It tears wood up where it comes out.
My only other question about the river, sir, you mentioned earlier that when you guys were bivouacked in the minefield, that the only way you found out about the minefield was a man stepped on it.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that, or you saw? Where
I didn't see it. We heard the mine go off. Yeah, I didn't see it. I don't know how bad he was hurt, whether it's off his leg or not. I don't know. There were so many. We got to Rapido River. There's so many of our company who knew that we didn't have any many old men left after the San Pietro battle. We lost a lot of people there from artillery fire.
Thank you so much for taking me through some of your experiences, sir. I just want to ask you some general combat questions. This applies to your whole time overseas, so if it brings a memory back, just go ahead and share it. When you were in combat, did you have any experiences with the German Luftwaffe? Were you ever strafed or bombed by the German planes?
Yes, one time. We were strafed one time, and that was, we won't be anymore. That's pretty scary. You see, with planes coming at you, one plane was all, straight for.
Where was this, sir?
I can't remember exactly where. I was back before. I think Fort San Pedro, or maybe it was during San Pedro.
But it was a German plane came in straight.
Yes.
Any casualties?
None I do. I don't remember any casualties.
When you were in combat before the Rapido River, I know you had some mines over there, but did you have any experiences with mines or booby traps prior to that?
I personally didn't have any experience with them, but there were times that mines were discovered, and maybe close to where we were. I never stepped on a mine or hit a booby trap, or never actually had somebody near me, around me. I saw stepped on a mine, but it happened though. Last time it happened, but we had to be very careful with booby traps. If you ever went in to watch the place where the Germans had been, you was extremely careful. I remember we had one officer used to say all the time, Costa said, I don't want any dead heroes. I want some live soldiers back here fighting tomorrow. So don't try to be a hero. Don't get out there and take some stupid chances or something. Get killed. You're not serving us right when you do. We need you. So I think most guys I knew, they were careful.
Could you please tell us, did you have any experiences going on patrol? I know you told me about that one patrol you volunteered for. Besides that patrol,
that's the only one I went on.
And nothing happened, right? On that.
Nothing. Germans had moved out.
Could you please tell me, when you were in combat, did you have any experiences with German snipers?
No, not that I knew, because there may have been some snipers shooting at us, but I never knew it was a sniper. I don't think so. I don't think his type of battle that we were fighting is. When they knew that if you had to pull back to a defensive position, it would have been well prepared. These mountains, and they were pretty well dug in, and most of the firing was their artillery and mortars. They were very efficient with an 81 millimeter mortar. Mortars was more scary than artillery. Artillery comes up and goes over, but a mortar, they can shoot it straight down. You can't hide a mount from a mortar like you could artillery.
Could you please tell me, what weapon did you carry in combat?
A small rifle, what they call that, the small rifle?
Carbine.
Carbine. I had a carbine.
Could you just say that? I carried
a carbine rifle in combat.
And that was because you were the section leader.
Yes.
Did you have any opportunities to fire the carbine?
Never fired it. Never. Nope. I never fired I didn't fire the machine guns. We had a gunner did the firing bullet. Some people ask me, how many people did you kill? We don't know how many people we may have killed with a machine gun. But I wasn't one to pull the trigger. But if we did, we were happy. It was a team. And what happened, the whole team did it.
Yeah, because you had to set up where the machine guns were.
That's right. That was it. Then you had a gunner, an assistant gunner, and then you had ammunition carriers. Well, that ammunition carrier, anything we did was accomplish something. They were just as responsible as the guy that pulled the trigger.
Were there any particular incidents? You know, because a lot of the time when you're firing the machine gun, you're firing to keep the enemy heads down. But were there any particular incidents you remember that your gunners were actually able to knock out a target that was coming out?
No, most time you didn't see what was there. We was trying to, up in the mountains, unfortunately, we couldn't keep enough ammunition to fire along and very much, because you run out of a box of ammunition in 10 minutes. But the mountain fighting was so different from, say, the war in Europe, where it was we doing in the mountains something. And war, I've always said there was 4 World War IIs. There was North Africa tank battle, the mountain battle, Italy, the city and fighting in Europe. And then the islands, you had a different type of war too. You can't compare them. It's just things they went through is probably tougher than what we went through, and it's just.
Sure. Could you tell me? Did you have any experiences using grenades?
No, not we. We didn't. We machine gunners didn't carry grenades. No, just the riflemen.
Any specific incidents about being under mortar fire? You've told us about some of the artillery, but do you remember any times that you had that one incident where the mortar shell landed, right? Didn't explode.
It did, yeah.
What about was there anything else?
Well, it was nothing else that close to me, but they were landing around us. But that we said we were afraid of those mortars because you couldn't hide from a mortar like you could artillery. You could be behind something, artillery, and it's going to go over you. Now, if it hit close to you, though, when you went over, you're going to get flak from it. That's what killed it. It scatters for a long distance. I don't know how far, but that was what hit you.
When you were in combat, were there any times that you helped provide first aid to men around you?
Have what?
When you were in combat, were there any times you helped provide first aid to some of the wounded?
No.
We
had a medic with us. Anytime anybody was hurt, he went to him immediately.
Could you please tell me, could you talk a little bit about the use of mules in Italy?
What?
Mules.
Meals.
Mules.
Oh, mules? Yeah, well, we got up there, we were up in a mountain, and they use these donkeys to bring supplies up to a certain point. Then trips go down, take it, and they put the wounded on it or the dead and take them back down the mountains. There was Ernie Power wrote an interesting article about this Captain Wasco. And he was we mobilized, he was a sergeant in the I Company then, later made a lieutenant. But I think he wasn't in my battalion anymore. He was in a different battalion when he was killed.
Did you know him?
Oh, I knew him when he was sergeant, yeah.
Well, What was he like?
He's just a real nice guy. I knew him as his brother, who was in the hospital with me, and was a very good friend of mine. But
Because
he had a brother also in the National Guard.
that Ernie Pyle story, it talks about how his men revered him.
That's right. Well, I didn't know him back then. When he was made a lieutenant, he went to a different company, different battalion, still in the same regiment, but not in the same battalion anymore. I think he was in the 1st Battalion. Don't remember.
And anyways, so I
But I never saw him after he was made a lieutenant again. It may be at a distance, but I never saw him up close. He was in I Company, it was IK, so we were together a lot. The 2 companies, I mean.
of course, third battalion.
That's back when it was just before the war.
So, that's what. So you were talking about the mules.
Yeah.
And so he came. Can you mention that part, Captain Wasco?
Well, I don't know if they brought him down on mules or not, how they brought him back from the mountains.
Because he
They
was.
brought him back.
What happened to Captain Wasco?
I don't remember how he got hit. I don't know how he got hit. But he was wounded and killed him. But I don't remember. Maybe that Ernie Powell story might tell us how he did it. I don't know.
So, I'm just trying to think of. Let me go over my notes. It's incredible. You know all these people who I've been reading about forever. You know, you knew these people. I mean, you're a part of history. You are. Could you tell me? Did you know Charles Kelly?
Oh, yeah.
Commando Kelly?
Yeah, Commando Kelly. Yeah, I knew him.
Tell me about what your memories are of him, please.
He was a different company from mine. He was kind of a. I don't like to speak derogatory about a dead guy. So, but he was a little different.
Well, my understanding is he had some trouble with the law before he got his.
He was in some outfit and he got in trouble. I don't know what. I have no idea. But in World War II, if you get in trouble with some company or some outfit, they would ship you to a port of debarkation and then put you on the first troops that going overseas. That's how he joined our outfit. When we loaded, he was at the port of debarkation, and he got our that company. But he was different.
Was he a good soldier?
Oh, I guess he was, yeah. As far as he wasn't my company, so.
I mean, he was the first American to get the Medal of Honor in mainland Europe.
That's right. We were told that when we fight there, that they want to find some enlisted men, and they claimed one thing they did was attacking. Well, he wasn't in my company. He threw mortar shells out of the window and attacked him, but our guy that ran mortar says they won't go off that way, so I don't know.
Anyways. Wait, what did you say?
You have talked to more combat veterans.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's what I do every day.
I'm sure some of them have very interesting stories to tell you too.
Yeah, I'm looking at one of them.
No, that might not. More interesting than mine.
I agree with your assessment that there are different wars. In World War II, there were 4 different wars. You're right.
Yeah,
So everyone has it. It's not more interesting or less interesting. It's different.
it's different.
So-
Every war different.
So let's jump back to your time though. There's a couple stories I'm going to ask you to repeat. Not the whole story, but just the little story, because
Okay.
so we can fit it in. Could you, talking about the invasion of Salerno, you mentioned that you made the invasion, you get off the beach, and then you saw some German tanks. But that one tank you saw, it turned around.
Yes.
Was that the only tank you saw?
The only one up close. I saw some at the distance, yes. Only one I saw up close.
How close are we talking?
Huh?
How close did that tank get to you, sir?
Oh, about the size of a football field.
And was he firing?
He didn't fire a second. No. Which was strange. We didn't know why he didn't. I think the only reason I can, either he got orders to do something somewhere else, or he got afraid we may have one of those bazookas that shot those shit. It knocked out the tanks. Because they had never been used before. And then there was a couple of tanks destroyed or knocked out, not destroyed, but damaged and stopped them doing what they were doing by bazookas, but not one that was near us, so, but that's what happened.
Was it common for you to come across German casualties
What?
as you guys moved forward?
No, they were very good about removing their casualties. They were gone. We ran across a few German graves, but their casualties, they were gone.
Did you have any experiences taking Germans prisoner?
Oh, no.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but you were in a lot of combat, you saw a lot of action, but you did not see many live German soldiers
No, they were
dug in.
dug in. Yeah.
Did you have any experiences saving Germans out in the open?
No.
Could you please describe what is the difference being the recipient of a German artillery barrage versus a German mortar barrage? How do you tell the difference from being on the receiving end, sir?
Well, you can't, unless you hear one, you tell by the noise, it'd be closer to you, mortar. And you can tell the first one you hear where it hits. Artillery, you know it's going to hit it. It goes up and goes down at a distance. But of course, at distance, sometimes it's right on over us. When they go shoot so far, they line up to hit at that distance. But but a mortar shell, they can shoot that up and come straight down on you. They make more. A mortar's going to be pretty close to you, not too far away, closer than an artillery piece.
Like you mentioned back at the Rapido, you mentioned that company commander. He was killed by a shell. You heard about that later? The one who told you to go find some other men?
Yeah, I didn't know it till I heard about it. I was back in the hospital.
Okay, so
Told it.
but you know when you guys, what about the story? What was the story? You had another story of some men gathering together, and then artillery hit a tree.
Yeah, that was my machine gunners.
So if you don't mind, if you just repeat that part of the story, what happened?
Okay. I got word all sergeants report to the commander. And we were just waiting back there for orders. And I told these guys, well, till I get back, I'll just line up against that wall. You'll be safer. And the artillery piece hit the tree, and that's what hit them. Flak from the... When it hit no trees, it exploded. And that flak came down and hit them.
What happened to them?
They all went back to the hospital. Didn't kill any of them. Didn't kill any of them. They was in the hospital, though.
So that must have been very surprising, though, for you. You come back from the
Yeah.
meeting.
Well, I think a couple of guys weren't hit, and they were carrying on the stretcher, carrying one of them down the mountain, and they were shelling falling in. They got hit on that mountain going down. But they all ended up back in the hospital, but none of them were killed.
Okay, so that you explained all that perfectly. Was that your only experience with tree bursts, or did you have any other experiences when the shells hit the trees?
What now?
If you don't mind, sir, could you put that? Was that your only experience with tree bursts?
Was shelled hitting a tree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you were in combat, did you have any experiences fighting in any actual towns?
No, never. Germans in Italy, they never did fight in town. They didn't fight Naples or Rome. Now later on, they fought some towns up further north, but not there. But
You talked a little bit yesterday about the Battle of San Pietro, but really it was Mount Samucro, right? 'Cause
what?
Wasn't it Mount Samucro? That's where you were.
I don't remember what's the name of the mountain. I don't remember the name of the mountain.
But it was right beyond, basically, San Pietro.
No, before you got in San Pietro,
Okay.
we were on this mountain looking towards San Pietro. It was more of a artillery battle than anything, but the German did attack us. I remember one night, I don't know if I remember more than one night or not, and we fired. And that's when we ran out of ammunition that night. And I believe that was the next day that we discovered they would often, when they were going to move to a different location, they would attack you the night before. I guess, I don't know why. I may be getting days mixed up, places mixed up, but I believe it was before we went to San Pietro. Fort San Pietro was they moved out of it by the time we got there.
I appreciate you explaining that. The only story I'll have you repeat about San Pietro, if you could just explain that story about, there was one gentleman who got hit in the leg.
Yeah.
And then, he could have been saved, but because you couldn't, right? What was the reason you guys couldn't leave? Because you were taking so much fire, or because every time you could only go in
Well,
at night.
somebody was taking him down back to the medics, but down that mountain, that took hours to get down there to the medics.
And so he bled to death on the way down.
Yeah.
I thought he was stuck there. Well, that's a really important point. The fact that even being wounded, you could die from a wound like that.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, if you could just say one incident, if you just start off the story by saying, I remember one incident.
Well, once an incident with the danger of being up on the mountains with no medical care. This one guy, I can't remember his name. I can see his face now, but I can't remember the name. He was from one of the National Guard guy. He was replaced, but for some up north. And he was shot by a small arm fire in the leg. The wound didn't look bad, but then they were taking him back down the mountain, but anyway, he died. I don't know where he died on the way down the mountain after he got down there, but he died, and it had to be loss of blood because it wasn't shot in any vital organ. But it took hours sometimes, usually, to take somebody down from the top of the mountains down. You had to be careful because the Germans could observe the places on that going back down that trail that Germans could observe. And usually it was going down, we did it at night. And it might have been the night, I don't remember when he was hit, I don't remember. Whether it was night or day.
And when he got hit, he was quite close to you, right?
Yeah. He was in our platoon.
No, I mean like physically, wasn't he?
No, I don't remember how close he was when he got hit, but he was close enough. We saw him. He said it was hit and showed us where he was hit, but whether he was 10 yards or from us or what, I don't remember.
You know, you talked a lot yesterday about being on San Pietro and just getting artillery after artillery round.
That's right.
Can you describe? I mean, I know you've described it, but can you put me right next to you on that mountain? When you're getting these artillery rounds and they're going off and the vibration, the noise, and the rocks flying, I mean, can you describe that? I mean, what is it like to be in a position where you're constantly getting these huge explosions going on? You know, what is it like to be in that position, sir, when these artillery shows are constantly exploding all around you and you're in a rocky area?
Well, it was very frightening because you didn't know what you could do. Like I told you the story yesterday about when we was trying to dig in. And that Sergeant Dudley Henry, when he was killed, he told me, he said, we had to be 2 people to the foxhole. So we were digging one deep enough we could lay down. Of course, if you got a direct hit, it would be different. But if you could get below the ground, artillery hit, it just spread out the shell of the metal. It wouldn't hit you. And it was so rocky, it was just dug and dug. Then maybe I had 3 inches, 4 inches, something, no more. He said, I'm never going to dig another inch, regardless of more. That's all. We're just breaking our back trying. So we laid down there. And later on in the night, that artillery barrage really started. He woke me up and said, let's dig, see if we can dig some deeper. We'll get a little deeper. God, it's frightening, that stuff hits you around you.
What do you feel? Just the vibrations, or?
No, you don't feel vibration. You just feel the noise. And when it hits, the noise it makes. And they jumping did a lot of it. Fire at night just to keep people awake and resting. You know, they had these, we call it these shell screaming minis. It was just noisy, make a lot of noise. That would, I think they were just trying to disturb you. Just, of course, I guess we were doing the same thing with them. Artillery shelling them.
Thank you so much for explaining that. You know, going back over your whole time in combat, are there any other close calls or other experiences that stick out? You know, this is going to be the definitive Billy Kirby story. So this is the time. Is there anything else that you would like to share about your time overseas?
I don't remember. I can't think of anything else. No.
We've covered pretty much everything. You've done a wonderful job. Can you please tell me, when you were in all these hospitals, are there any injuries of other men? Are there any injuries of other men that stick out to you?
Well, they were not especially. They were a lot more severely injured than I was, far more severely injured than I was, and they. In those orthopedic hospitals, they still did some plastic surgery there, and there were a lot of guys with face wounds and things like that. And I guess had an orthopedic condition, they had to be treated first, and then it'd probably be. But we had some. I had some plastic surgery done to my arm, trying to do away with some scar tissue. But if you had to have much treatment, you'll be sent to a special hospital where the experts were, like we were, orthopedic. But there's still some doctors there that would operate on nerves, where you had nerve injury, because you, like me, had both orthopedic bone and nerve, so they had to be there for that. But if I'd had a nerve injury only, I would not have gone to that orthopedic hospital. I'd gone to a different hospital.
Sure. Did you have any opportunities to pray when you were overseas?
Every day.
Can you talk a little bit about what your faith was like in combat, Mr. Kirby?
Well, I had a habit every time before we went into battle, it was comforting me to read the 23rd Psalm. And I read it every battle I went into, and it comforted me that I felt secure. I never, ever felt I was going to be killed. I knew I was going to be wounded or something, because you couldn't go through that. Because you were there until you were wounded or killed, because you didn't come home after 12 months. You're there for the war, duration of it. Only way you go get out of it, you got to be wounded. Well, guys used to talk about a $1 million wound, just enough to put you in the hospital, but not enough to kill you. But like someone says, the end of somebody in combat doesn't pray. That just didn't happen. We had chaplain. We had chaplain service when we were back off of the front. Most of the guys attended that, but regardless of how their beliefs may have been, but when they got over in combat, they believed.
Absolutely.
Made a believer out of it, but.
Yesterday you had told me about a captain who you liked, but he was killed. Who do you remember who that was?
Yeah, Captain Wasco.
No,
not Wasco.
Your captain.
He had a funny name to what was go up. If you hadn't asked me, I could tell you he was from North Carolina.
What happened to him? Was this at the Rapido or?
Artillery killed him.
But where was that, sir?
That was in Rapido River. Rapido River battle, where he was killed.
But this was before the crossing, wasn't it?
No. It was well after crossing.
This is the one who told you to go find some other men?
Yep.
No, but I'm saying, wasn't there another officer that was killed? Yes, this is before the Rapido.
No, we had one who was captured up in Altavilla.
Maybe, was that the one everyone liked?
No, the one who was killed, what everyone liked.
Okay, I'm just getting confused
Yeah.
then.
Well, they liked the one that was captured. But
Could you please say testing, 1, 2, 3?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
One more time?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Great. Well, it's great to be back here, Mr. Kirby. I appreciate your patience. I'm pretty sure at this point you're going to get another award. You'll have another medal for surviving the interview and for your patience. So I think you can compete with Audie Murphy a little bit now. The main things I want to go over with you is what I call the readjustment period. When you came home from the war, you talked about your physical disabilities, but did you have any trouble readjusting mentally to civilian life? Did you have nightmares, things like that?
No, I didn't have nightmares, but I readjusted a lot. 2 years a year and a half, I was in the hospital in Texas. I had time to readjust, but even then, things would upset me that wouldn't normally upset me. And I'd get irritated with people, but I knew I had to. But I was pretty adjusted. But it's not easy for coming out of combat and be discharged all of a sudden. It's not easy. It's a lot, but I knew one person who committed suicide. But then he was in the National Guard when I was asked. I don't remember his name, but he was with OCS. I think was a captain. Don't remember exactly his rank, but he had the assignment responsibility of charging Hagen the Japanese, and I think that bothered him some. He later committed suicide. I don't know if that was the cause of it or not, just the fact that
Sure.
he had to do it. But that's the only one I ever knew World War II veteran committed suicide.
I know some of the veterans who I've interviewed have talked about when they first came home, if they heard like a car backfire, they thought it was a gunshot.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said. I had a year and a half in the hospitals.
Yeah.
But coming home, and I was spending time at home and spending time with my wife. So I adjusted in the hospital where if I'd just been discharged and come out on the next day, that might have been rough.
Sure. And that leads me to my next question. Can you tell me the story when you first saw your family? After you had been wounded,
Yeah.
tell me about the first time you actually
Okay.
saw your family, please.
I was in the hospital in Temple. It was going somewhere down. That hospital was spread out all on one floor and everything. Long corridors. And I was going down this corridor, I forgot where I was going. And I saw these people walking to me. And I've never paid much attention to them. They got closer. I said, that looks like my mother and dad and wife with them. And sure enough, it was. But I met him right then. That was a,
What was that like?
it was the most wonderful thing I'd had in a long time to see my family. But that's how I saw him. I didn't go home. I was still in the hospital. They came to see me.
And you mentioned it was your wife. Was she your wife at that time, or you?
You know, she was my wife at that time.
So the whole time you were overseas, you were married?
Yep.
Oh, we missed over that.
Huh?
Could you just tell us what was her name?
Emlyn, Emelin. Emlyn Riested. She was a Norwegian.
And you guys met in high school, or?
I met her after I got it. No, I met her at church. But that was in Waco, Texas.
Is this before you joined the Guard?
No, I was in the Guard then. I was in the Guard. But, you know, before World War II, soldiers were not respected very much. None whatsoever. And when I was in the Guard and we were stationed at Brownwood, people didn't respect us. It wasn't until the war was declared that all of a sudden soldiers became popular. But up till then, soldiers weren't respected very much.
You're totally right. I've heard there was a lot of discrimination against soldiers before the war. Like no soldiers, there would be signs, no soldiers allowed.
Well, it was places that said, many places, restaurants, no soldiers allowed.
I mean, you can't even imagine that happening today. So, what life advice do you want to give to future generations, Mr. Kirby? Potentially, millions of people could see your story. What do you want them to know for their life?
Well, I'm qualified to give anybody advice, but right now, I would say, young people, you don't take this country and the freedom we have for granted. It can easily be lost. I remember in World War II, people were frightened and everything, think we're going to be invaded. Somebody said, this country will never be destroyed from outside. It's ever destroyed, it will be from inside. So people got to appreciate the freedom and democracy we have in this country and protect it.
420,000 Americans were killed in the war. 70 million people were killed worldwide. Some of those men who were killed were your close friends. They gave their all for our existence. You almost gave your life. What would you want to say to those who sacrificed everything? If you could talk to them, Mr. Kirby, what would you want them to know?
It's just how much we appreciated what they did. That their life, they didn't die in vain. They saved this country. And we need more people like them who willing to give their life.
What kind of man do you want people to always think of you as, Mr. Kirby? Your friends and your family? When they think about you, what are the characteristics that you would like to come to mind?
Just a pretty nice guy and friendly and helpful to people, but nothing special.
I'm sure you were a good husband, a good father.
I hope so. I hope so. You can try hard, but sometimes it doesn't meet everybody's expectation. But I think my children were very happy. They both love me. My son right now is just, I couldn't get along without what he does for me. Just great.
Is there anything else you would like to mention? Anything else you would like to see our country or the people in the country do to make you feel like your sacrifice and the sacrifice of the men who fought in the war was worth it?
I'd like to see that all the division in this country disappear, because I think it is. If we ever destroy it, it's going to be from within, not from without. And people need to understand how precious this country is. What we have here is freedom. If they ever know anything understood about what's going on in Russia and Italy, but they should love it and protect it.
Absolutely. The only other thing I have for you, sir, I know that your faith is very important to you. Is there anything you would like to talk about that? And, you know, it sounds like that has been a constant. You told me earlier when you were in combat, you would read Psalm 23.
Yeah. Yes, my faith is the most important thing, and I think it brought me back from overseas. I don't know how, but I don't think God was partial to me more than anybody else. I think those that were killed were just the circumstances that it could have been me. I always remember that statement, there for the sake of God goes me, when you see people like that.
The last thing I have, sir, is it's a little bit of a personal question. You know, I'm privileged to meet a lot of World War II veterans in my line of my job, and some of them, you know, have incredible stories, and some of them make an impact on me personally, and you have definitely made an impact. I'm 25. You know, I'm roughly the same age you were when you were overseas. You know, I'm a little bit older, actually.
Yeah, I was 22, I think.
But either way, I'm a young man.
Yeah, same thing.
Is there any advice that you would give me personally for my life?
Well, I think that for this country, it's you young people. It's got to get active to protect it, because we old people getting sometimes we old to do it. But the young people should be more involved with what goes on in this country, governmental affairs, and everything. It's going to affect them. And the young people should be involved.
Absolutely. I can promise you I will try my hardest in my life to make your sacrifice worth it.
Thank you.
I mean it when I say, God bless you, Mr. Kirby.
Well, thank you very much.
You've been so patient, you've been so great, and it's really been an honor to meet and spend time with you.
Well, you're very kind.
Oh shoot, did you have your glasses on the whole time?
Sir?
I don't think he did that.
Can you put your glasses off?
No, I didn't.
He didn't, right?
Okay.
I interviewed someone one time, they had a hat on one day, and I totally forgot the next day they didn't. So, sir, if you could just say that, please.
Okay. My captain, who was killed at Peter Remember was Captain Brigall of North Carolina.
And he was a well-liked leader. He was the one that was well-liked.
Yes, yes. And he was well liked as our company commander.
That was perfect. And then when, just so I have it on for the record, do you remember when this photo was taken? Was that when you came home, or?
No, it was early part of the war, early part of my enlistment. Probably wasn't during the war, probably before the war.
So this photo was taken earlier in your military time. All right, and give me a big smile, please. Perfect. And I'm gonna have you. What's this photo?
That's about. That picture was taken when I was 2 or 3 years old.
Wow,
In the 1920s.
that's perfect. Okay, if you can use both hands or however you feel.
It shakes.
Okay, so if you put that up next to your face, please. Yeah, we're just trying to get rid of the shadow. You can put it lower. You can use one hand if you'd rather. All right, big smile. Great, sir. Perfect.
Thank you.
That's all we need.
That's it?
Or the photo. So we're just gonna look right at the camera, okay?
Okay.
Big smile. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
I think that should be fine.
Send me a print.
Well, I'm just gonna make sure we centered it right, sir. Okay, I think that's fine. I'll do one more to be safe. Just big smile, sir. Okay, I see it. We locked in on the focus. We're all good.